Catalyst generally controls this rivalry with a 70% historical win rate. It's clear that the experience is favoring him long term, but that's not translating into results right now. The real question is if he can shake off this slump before it spirals. Havoc is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. That's a huge swing in momentum, and Catalyst looked completely locked in from that high ground. He's finally shaking off those recent losses to the other guy. Havoc just hammered him from that high spot, really keeping the pressure on. Havoc is just relentless, pushing a commanding 4-2. He looks much sharper than those matches they played yesterday. Catalyst strikes back, bringing this to a tight 3-4. The 5 seed is fighting to regain some ground here. Catalyst has an incredibly steep climb right now, given his 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, that poor recent run of form is mirroring exactly what we're seeing in this server. It'll take a massive shift in confidence for him to turn things around. Unreal, he barely clings to life after a brutal exchange to take the round. That's another result going his way after their clash at Redline. Catalyst just shut that down quickly, taking Havoc right off the box. He's proving he can still trade blows with the number 6 seed. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the underdog is definitely playing like he belongs in the lead here. It looks like his superior map win rate is giving him a distinct advantage today. Time to see who settles in. Havoc's out in front by 3 as we enter 13. That's making it a very difficult afternoon for the top seed. He's not going away quietly, putting up another strong fight to keep this close. What a display of poise from him, controlling the box to keep the pressure high. The gap in the rankings is practically non-existent at this point. Absolutely heart-stopping, he survives by the skin of his teeth to level the map at 8 apiece. Absolute chaos. He somehow scraps his way through that trade to secure a 4th straight round. He's playing like the top seed again after that shaky start. That's a quick exchange to put things back on even ground. He's clearly feeling the confidence of those recent victories over the 5th seed. Havoc barely holds the lead at 10-9. It's becoming a real struggle for him to find a way through today. He is completely untouchable right now, leveling the score at 10-all. He's finally showing why he holds the higher seed. He's really digging deep here, securing another clean win to take the lead. Another lightning-fast round for him, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. Havoc answers back, preventing the immediate conclusion of this set. That's the kind of resilience he's been showing all afternoon. Total deadlock. He takes a perfect round to force this series into overtime. Just a complete shutdown. He's simply too strong in these clutch moments to let this slip. Exactly the kind of result his ranking predicted for today. They are completely locked in a stalemate, trading blows back and forth throughout this overtime. Havoc is putting an immense amount of pressure on this final stretch of the match. The rating difference between them is virtually nothing right now. What a desperate scramble. He practically ran out of health, but managed to push through the damage to force a deadlock at 14-14. That was a nail-biter. Barely any health left for that final kill. A pair of clean runs for the veteran, and he's now just a single exchange away from the victory. He has done it, an incredible recovery to close out the series and take the victory. He just refused to buckle under that pressure. Havoc really had the odds in his favor on this map, but the veteran climbed back from the brink. He had to earn every bit of that. What a fight! Phantom enters this game riding a 5-game win streak. It's quite a contrast to Catalyst's struggle over the last 10 matches. Now we have to see if that current form carries through for the top-rated player. Phantom gets a great angle on the ramp to even things up right away. He's already beaten Catalyst twice in the last 24 hours. Catalyst is fighting a steep uphill climb here. He's definitely playing like the #1 seed right now. And just like that, Catalyst claws back to a deadlock. The 5-seeded pro is refusing to be intimidated here. Catalyst looks sharp as soon as he gets that height advantage on the Tetris. The head-to-head history actually leans heavily toward the other side. Total control from the underdog now, picking up his 3rd straight. A completely different story than their encounter 16 hours ago. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to 5-2. He's completely flipped the script on their usual dynamic. Unreal. He's just too sharp, marking his 5th straight win without losing a single point of health. He's completely erased that 8-13 loss from yesterday. A crisp response from Phantom to hold that momentum. He has a lot of confidence right now after those last couple of wins today. A total mirror match on the boost, and Catalyst comes out on top once again. The number 5 seed is simply refusing to buckle. Phantom is really starting to chip away at that lead now. The league's top player is certainly making his presence felt. It is 8-4 for Catalyst heading into the break. We are seeing exactly what we expected from the favorite here. He's fully in charge as we switch sides. Fresh start for Phantom. Phantom has a staggering 26-8 record over the last day. So yeah, he's clearly the one with the momentum right now. I wonder if he can actually pull off a full comeback from this deficit. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. Both players have a really similar long-term track record on this layout. Catalyst is really making a statement here, using that ramp to put himself in a dominant position. Incredible, he clings to life with a sliver of health to secure this one. That was a nail biter. He truly escaped a tough spot there. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he somehow manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health left. He is truly refusing to go down without a fight. He is on fire. A flawless execution to keep this comeback rolling. That's an incredibly fast set of responses from him. He manages to outlast the exchange and secure another point. This is a huge shift from those defeats he suffered yesterday. Catalyst gets the better of him from the Tetris, putting himself just one round away from victory. Phantom just clears the Tetris with an effortless flick to keep the dream alive. It's a tough spot for him after that 13-10 loss against Velo. What a finish! Catalyst closes it out right here to secure the victory. Phantom really fought his way back into this one, but he just couldn't find that final gear. What a fight! Phantom starts us off strong, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold the ramp. Phantom boasts a 66% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's definitely the one we expected to lead this series. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can actually challenge that dominance today. What a scramble. Havoc clings to a slim 21 HP after that fight on the ramp to even the score. Hard to believe we're seeing a total stalemate right now. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on here. It's a clean look for the top seed in this series. Phantom really has the upper hand here, catching Havoc right as he tried to play the ramp. It's starting to feel like a replay of their last encounter. He's just not missing, extending the lead to 5-2 with another effortless round. That top spot on the ladder is looking very secure. Havoc finds his footing again, proving he's not going to just fold under the pressure. He's proven a bit more resilient than the pre-match odds suggested. Havoc manages to clear him off the Tetris, putting the pressure back on the leader. The gap in the standings is starting to look irrelevant right now. Havoc takes full control of the map, finally leveling the score and shutting down any hope of a run from the opponent. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he emerges once again to secure the 4th straight. The underdog is making a huge statement right now. We head into the break tied at 6-6. And honestly, the world number 1 is fighting for every single point right now. Havoc is playing a high-level game, matching the skill of the favorite blow for blow. Phantom edges ahead once more to take a slim lead. The world number 1 is starting to look a lot more comfortable. Phantom is really starting to chain these rounds together, catching Havoc on the ramp for another quick victory. He is proving why he holds the top spot on the ladder. He's totally in charge now, taking this 3rd straight without letting his opponent even land a hit. The world number 1 is looking completely locked in. He puts another one in the book, picking him off the ramp with a perfect shot. Havoc manages to shut things down from the ramp, breaking that momentum swing. A huge response from the number 6 seed here. The lead is expanding again, and Phantom is really starting to pull away from the pack here. These rounds are flying by, and Havoc is refusing to let this lead slip away. He's really fighting against the odds right now. A fierce duel that almost went the other way, but Phantom secures the edge to put himself on match point. Total composure shown to get this victory. Unbelievable. He survives a desperate shootout to close out the map in style. Havoc put up a massive fight to keep it competitive, but he just couldn't find that final push. He really pushed the top seed to the limit today. What a fight. Catalyst has won the last 5 meetings between these two. It's a really tough mental gap to bridge when the head-to-head is this skewed, and we'll see if Havoc can shake that trend early on. Catalyst is simply dominating this set with a 2-0 lead. Absolute perfection, he's just not letting up an inch. His 5th place ranking is really playing out right now. Havoc is refusing to go away, quickly knocking Catalyst right off the ramp. The underdog is starting to put up a fight. A total shutdown by Havoc, who is stubbornly narrowing the gap. He's starting to look much more comfortable in this side of the match. Catalyst still holds a 2-round cushion over Havoc. That was a lightning-fast response to reclaim the lead. Catalyst is making it look easy right now, just sweeping him right off that ramp. He's really asserting himself as the clear favorite today. That was a complete brawl, but he barely edges it out to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly tight trade of damage. Catalyst gets the better angle from the window and really puts the pressure back on. The gap between these two is incredibly narrow on the ladder. The resistance continues as he secures another quick win to stay within striking distance. He's keeping the pressure on, moving closer to leveling things up before the side switch. He's showing serious resolve right before the switch. We're tied up 6-6 at the half. Well, things are staying pretty close to what we expected. Both guys have traded identical streaks, so it's anyone's game as they swap sides. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Catalyst is quick to punish that position, clearing him right off the ramp to regain the lead. Tough break for the trailing side after that, nearly took the lead. Havoc just completely shuts him down on that ramp, tying the series at 7-7. Havoc is simply refusing to crumble, outplaying him from the ramp to take the lead. total control from the defender now. Neither one is giving an inch today. They're swapping rounds back and forth, and this is just getting tense. The top 5 seed is just barely holding on to a lead here. Unreal, he barely keeps his head above water after that brutal exchange, digging deep to stay alive. Absolute nails on the edge of the seat there. Catalyst is just too fast today, clearing him out from the ramp to bring this right back to a deadlock. Catalyst really takes control of the map from the wine box, keeping his momentum high. Just a huge individual performance compared to his recent form. What a statement from the underdog, erasing that lead to bring us dead even. Pure chaos now, we are back to a completely flat board. Both players were fighting for the high ground there, but Catalyst reacted just a bit faster. Both players have stayed remarkably consistent with their overall win rates today. Havoc manages to pick him off the wine box, bringing the score completely level. It's getting harder for the favorite to close this out. A crisp shot from the ramp puts him back in the driver's seat. The pressure is mounting for the lower seeded player here. And there it is, he closes the door on this match with a perfectly clean finishing blow. He really earns that top seed today. Havoc fought like a lion to make it a contest, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight. Phantom enters this match with a strong historical head-to-head record against Catalyst. You know, it's no surprise the early momentum is swinging his way now. We just have to see if he can keep the pace high enough to avoid any close calls. Catalyst holds a slim 2-1 lead right now. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. We've got a dead heat here. Neither of these two is willing to let the other even breathe. That response was instant, completely neutralizing the lead. Phantom pulls ahead, leading the series 3-2. He's really starting to seize control of the tempo. Absolute deadlock now. Both Catalyst and Phantom sitting at 3. Wow, what a scramble. Catalyst claws through that fight to take the lead. He's walking away with a very thin sliver of health. A perfect reset, bringing us level at 4 apiece. Still looks like the better man in this particular setup. Unreal. He barely walks away from that brawl with a tiny fraction of health left. Just a tiny bit of health left, but it's enough. What a fight! He somehow survives that slugfest to knock Catalyst off the ramp and tie things up. The underdog is refusing to buckle today. Phantom keeps the pressure up, cleaning him right off the ramp to widen this lead. Exactly the kind of momentum he's been showing all day. We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. It's interesting to see Catalyst holding his ground so well despite the odds. He's had to fight for every single round, but he's staying alive. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom takes a 1-round lead, heading into the 13th. A clinical finish to wrap up that encounter. Another tiebreak. Catalyst manages to force a 7-7 stalemate. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder today. Catalyst is really rolling now, finding the gap and closing these rounds out faster and faster. That was an incredibly fast execution to secure the lead. Pure chaos now. Catalyst brings it back to 8-all. An incredibly sharp reaction to shut that down. Phantom is really starting to pile up the wins, securing another point from that ramp position. Exactly what you expect to see from the top-seeded player. Catalyst holds that ramp perfectly, answering back immediately to keep the series completely locked. Just an absolute nail-biter as we approach the double digits. Phantom holds a narrow edge as we hit round 19. That was an incredibly fast trade of momentum. 10 apiece now, this is going to be an epic finale. The seed advantage is completely gone at this stage. Phantom is just one step ahead right now, moving closer to wrapping this whole thing up. A very tidy piece of work to stay in the driver's seat. Absolute precision there, and now he stands just a single round away from victory. A huge answer from Catalyst to keep himself in the hunt. A really clean piece of shooting to get this back to a 1-round game. What a moment. We are heading into overtime after that fierce exchange. The momentum has completely shifted as we enter the extra frames. What a scramble! He barely edges out the win after an absolute slugfest of a round. That was a desperate fight for both of them. It's a complete toss-up now. This set is swinging back and forth so wildly you can't even blink. That was a lightning-fast stop to the charge. Catalyst is playing with an incredible amount of speed lately, ending these last few rounds in the blink of an eye. He is simply unstoppable right now, powering through to put himself on match point. He's practically erasing the competition in these last few exchanges. A critical stop for Phantom, keeping his hopes alive in the depths of overtime. He's refusing to let that sliding momentum turn into a collapse. What a finish! Catalyst closes it out with a huge shot from the ramp to seal the series. I can't believe it! The underdog actually pulls through in a thriller, finally breaking that long losing streak against him. What a fight! Phantom holds a massive career lead with over 1,000 head-to-head wins. But he's coming into this feeling the pressure after that narrow defeat to Catalyst. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake that off early. Havoc really knows how to punish that position, putting a bit of pressure on the #1 seed early. Havoc is absolutely dominating this series with a 3-1 lead. Both players hit each other hard, but the challenger finishes the duel to take full control of this match. He's really shaking off those recent losses with a huge start here. He's just completely untouchable right now, moving to a 5-round lead. The #1 seed is really struggling to find an answer here. A quick reaction here to get back on the board. He needed a result after those 2 losses to Catalyst. He's not going away quietly, clawing back another round to narrow the gap. He is certainly proving why he's higher on the ladder. Emotion Mid Havoc is really fighting against a tough historical trend here, having lost 4 of his last 5 encounters with the top seed. It's impressive how he's defying those patterns to keep this lead. If he can stay composed, we might actually be looking at a genuine upset Emotion Mid. He's completely taken over the map, extending his lead to 8 as we head toward the break. Havoc holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the second half. Well, the world number 1 is looking completely lost right now. It is a total shock to see the favorites struggling this hard. Time for Phantom to dig in. Havoc is just relentless, sitting comfortably at 9. The number 6 seed is putting on a clinic right now. Phantom just can't find a way through that defense, and Havoc is making full use of the verticality right now. He's absolutely outclassing the favorite right now, taking the round without losing a single hit point. A clean exchange there as the veteran gets back into the flow. He's proving that his higher rating is no accident. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly gone, but he manages to scrap through with a tiny bit of health left. That's a stark contrast to how he's looking in his last few games today. He's on a tear now, picking up a 3rd straight round with a perfectly timed shot. He's playing much better now than he did in that 11-13 match against Catalyst. Unbelievable precision. He is simply on fire right now, securing his 4th consecutive victory. Absolutely terrifying stuff. He's just refusing to slow down as the momentum shifts completely in his direction. What a turnaround. He's now claiming 6 straight, bringing this set within a single point. He's practically rewritten the script of this series in the last few minutes. Absolute madness. He has completely erased that early deficit to bring us level at 11 all. What a run! He's now just 1 step away from completing the comeback. A lightning fast finish to keep the pressure on. Absolute perfection on that shot to force a deadlock. We are heading into overtime. A total shutdown. He keeps his composure to push the lead to 13-12 in a nail-biting overtime. Just as soon as we thought the underdog had a shot. He is just untouchable in this stretch, continuing his charge toward a victory. The tension is through the roof now. It's a complete toss-up who's going to walk away with the map. He's completely in control now, walking away without taking a single point of damage. His higher ranking is starting to carry him through the clutch. What a legendary effort. He refuses to break and finally secures the series. What a way to cap off a stressful set. Havoc really pushed him to the limit in overtime, but the world number 1 just won't be denied today. He had to work for that. Catalyst secures a strong start, taking a quick victory from the wine area. Catalyst has looked absolutely oppressive in this head-to-head rivalry, and that psychological edge usually translates into a lot of confidence early on. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can actually break that cycle tonight. We are all squared up now between these two. That's a huge reset for the man currently sitting 6th on the ladder. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Both of these guys are just flickering their crosshairs and deleting each other. It's a tough afternoon for the 6th seed right now. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, clinging to a tiny sliver of health to equalize the set. Catalyst pushes ahead by 1, holding a slim lead. He's certainly taking advantage of the current gap in the ratings. Another dead heat. Catalyst and Havoc are locked in. He's definitely fighting back from a tough run of losses today. Havoc is really starting to seize control of the server here, putting a lot of pressure on the higher seed. We've hit a total stalemate at 5 apiece. Their history suggests a heavier lean toward the 5th seed. Catalyst just shuts him down at the wine area to keep this momentum rolling. Catalyst leads 7-5 going into the break, and honestly it's gone exactly as expected so far. He's just slightly outperforming Havoc, which is consistent with their long history together. Let's see if Havoc digs deep. Catalyst maintains a single round cushion as we move on. His recent run of losses has made this climb a steep hill. Havoc is struggling to find any traction today, coming in with a poor 11-24 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's feeling the weight of those previous losses in this set. It'll be tough for him to mount a comeback if Catalyst keeps this pace. Neither man is budging, we're deadlocked at 8 each. He's really making a case for himself today. That's a fast response from Catalyst to shut down Havoc's momentum immediately. Back to a tie at 9-all. It's an impressive showing for the lower rated player so far. Catalyst takes a 1-round grip on the lead. Havoc is refusing to back down, catching Catalyst right in the wine to bring us back to an even split. Havoc is really starting to snowball here, putting himself in a great position to close this out. Neither player can really pull away right now. They're just trading blows in the most intense way possible. He manages to pick up another from the Tetris, putting him just one step away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted for the underdog. What a finish! Havoc shuts the door completely to take the victory. He's finally snapped that losing streak in a massive way. Catalyst really fought his heart out to keep the lead, but he just couldn't close the deal. A gritty performance. Phantom holds a significant lead in their overall head-to-head history, but Catalyst has had the upper hand in their most recent encounters. It will be interesting to see if the top-rated player can recover and reclaim his usual edge here. Phantom manages to take control of the ramp to secure this one. It's shaping up to be an extremely close fight for now. Phantom is really capitalizing on the high ground here, utilizing the Tetris to stay a step ahead. He seems to be finding his stride after that rough run earlier today. Everything's balanced out now, both players sitting on 2. Tough look for the higher ranked seed right now. Phantom just couldn't be stopped, picking Catalyst right off the Tetris to take another round. He's putting that #1 ranking to good use. Catalyst just managed to clear the Tetris from the ramp, and he's starting to build some real momentum here. Both of these players are practically mirrors of each other on this map. Phantom barely edges ahead, pushing a narrow lead to 4. He's certainly making a strong case for that top spot today. Phantom has been absolutely crushing it today with a 25-9 record over the last day. It means he's coming into this server with way more confidence than his opponent. We'll see if Catalyst can find a way to break this momentum. Catalyst secures a tight win from the ramp, showing some real grit in this comeback. A much needed response from the challenger side. What a scrap! Catalyst barely survives that exchange on the ramp to narrow the gap to 5-6. He's looking far more comfortable with those angles now. It's 7-5 in favor of Phantom. I mean, he's really defying the pre-match odds here. We expected Catalyst to take a firmer grip on this series, but the underdog is playing a much cleaner game right now. Fresh start for both players here. Phantom's pulling away, climbing up to an 8-5 lead. The -5 ranked player is really struggling to find an answer. Catalyst keeps the pressure on, shutting that door quickly to maintain his comeback effort. That was a clean outplay to get back in the game. Catalyst keeps his composure from the ramp to secure another win. A huge swing in energy after that exchange. He's really fighting to close that gap. Phantom barely holds on, stepping up to a 9-7 lead. He looks like he's starting to regain that overall dominance. Phantom extends his cushion to a commanding 10-7. He's really showing why he sits at the top of the ladder. Unreal. He manages to claw back from a precarious spot on the Tetris to stay alive. Absolutely incredible reflexes to pull that off. Another clean takedown for Catalyst, catching the favorite right off that boost. The momentum has completely shifted back toward the underdog. Phantom reacts quickly to hold that slide and put himself right back in the driver's seat. A very sharp response given that Catalyst took their last encounter. Another quick response for Phantom, and now he's just one round away from victory. That's a pair of rapid-fire rounds to really tighten the screws. Catalyst keeps the fight alive, expertly picking him off that boost to delay the inevitable. He's definitely finding some answers in the clutch. Absolute mayhem in that final exchange, but Phantom outlasts him to secure the series. He managed to keep his cool in the final stretch and finally gets the revenge he wanted. He really had to fight for this one. What a match! Havoc comes out swinging, punishing Phantom for staying on the boxes in that first exchange. Phantom makes a quick adjustment, catching Havoc while he was holding that ramp. He's looking every bit the top seed right now. Phantom holds a massive historical lead with a 66% win rate in their head-to-head history. So yeah, he clearly knows exactly how to dismantle Havoc's style. It'll be a steep uphill battle for the number 6 player if he can't find a way to disrupt this momentum early. He's simply on another level right now, shutting everything down on the ramp to make it 4-1. Absolutely crushing it now. A perfect sequence to push the lead to 5-1. He's looking just as sharp as he did in their last meeting. Havoc finally answers back, picking him off the ramp to bring the score to 5-2. Phantom extends his grip, now firmly leading 6-2. He's certainly playing like the top seed in this series. Phantom has really been on a tear today with a 25-9 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this map. He just needs to keep the pressure on to prevent Havoc from finding an opening. Phantom had a great read there, taking out Havoc from the box to put his opponent in a really tough spot. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, he's playing exactly like the top seed we expected today. Havoc needs to tighten up his defense if he wants to close this gap in the second half. Time to see if Havoc can bounce back. Phantom just couldn't be denied there, cleaning him right off the ramp to extend that lead. The number 1 seed is playing exactly to his ranking. Phantom is just relentless, pushing it up to 9-5. He's definitely fighting to prove he belongs in that top 6. Havoc manages another hold, cutting it to 9-6. A tough spot for the top seed to be in right now. That was a lightning fast reaction, and he's now just a few steps away from wrapping this up. Phantom keeps the pressure high, catching him from the Tetris to push this lead even further. He's definitely looking like the best player in the league right now. Havoc shows great awareness, picking Phantom right off those boxes to put some pressure back on. What a rapid response to put it back in his control and push the score to 12-7. The gaps in skill are becoming painfully obvious here. Havoc delivers a huge blow, picking him right off the Tetris to stay in the fight. He's refusing to just hand this one over. He stays in the fight, finding a way to secure his second straight point. The momentum is shifting in favor of the underdog. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door to secure the victory. He really just looked like the cleaner player throughout that entire set, just too precise with those shots. Catalyst has a massive historical edge here, leading their head-to-head with over 800 total wins. It's a huge gap in experience, but Havoc is coming off a victory against him in their last meeting. We'll see if Catalyst can push that lead even further tonight. Unbelievable, he barely edges that out, walking away from the chaos with a sliver of health. They are fighting for a similar spot on the ladder right now. Catalyst is just too quick, picking him right off the wine box to keep the momentum swinging. Both of these players have had a top run today. Catalyst is putting on a clinic, leading 4-1. It's a tight gap between these two on the ladder. He's just not missing, deleting the opponent right off the wine box for another round win. The number 5 seed is really asserting his control here. Havoc earns a victory from the ramp to tighten things up. That's a respectable showing from Havoc, who's playing very steady here. Catalyst has been really erratic lately, managing only 15 wins in his last 20 rounds. It's a bit concerning when you consider he's usually the favorite in these bouts, but he seems to be finding his footing now that he's firmly in the lead. Havoc shuts him down from the ramp, keeping things interesting as we head into the final stretch. It's a surprising look for the number 5 seed today. Catalyst is just dominating this set, extending his lead to 8-3. Havoc certainly had the upper hand in their most recent encounter. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, the higher seed is playing exactly how we expected him to. He's just slightly too precise for Havoc to keep pace with right now. Time to shake it off. Catalyst stays ruthless, pushing his lead to 9-4. It's a stark contrast to that previous clash on AIM Italy P. Catalyst is simply too sharp right now, picking Havoc straight out of the window to put a real grip on the map. He completely shuts down that attempt from the wine box, staying in total control of this match. The higher rank is making this look effortless. Havoc manages to pick him off the ramp to put a stop to that run. Havoc is fighting back with a lot of speed now, holding that ramp position to keep the pressure on. He is on a tear right now, racking up 3 straight wins to claw back into this series. He's really trying to turn this head-to-head record around. A decisive shot there, and Catalyst now stands on the precipice of victory. Just a massive contrast to the struggle we saw from him earlier today. What a finish! He completely shuts the door on this series to close it out. He really just reclaimed his territory in this rivalry, proving that he still owns this matchup overall. Phantom is entering this series with an incredible 25-9 record today. You can tell the top seed is bringing that momentum into this specific pairing. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find a way to disrupt that flow. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The top seed's early lead isn't looking so secure. It's starting to look like a bit of an uphill battle for Catalyst here. He's proving why he currently holds the top spot on the ladder. Catalyst holds his ground on the ramp to tie things up, keeping this series incredibly tight. He's playing the role of the underdog perfectly here. A complete deadlock now, with both players at 3. He's really making a case for himself against the number 1 seed. He just completely shuts him down on the ramp, taking full control of the series. He's really flipping the script from their previous encounter. Unbelievable. This run is simply not stopping, putting him in total command of the map. He's definitely making up for that recent loss on Blame map. A tough exchange there, but Phantom manages to outlast him to keep things close. And just like that, we're tied up at 5 apiece. Looking at the head-to-head, the favorite has the historical edge here. He's just on fire right now, continuing this hot streak to take a lead into the final round of the half. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly where we want to see this match. Phantom is definitely justifying his number 1 ranking by holding his own against a tough opponent. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst is putting on a show, using that high ground on the container to secure another one. The number 5 seed is playing with a ton of confidence. Catalyst has a huge amount of confidence right now, and it's showing in how he's completely shut down the number 1 seed in these last few exchanges. And it's a total reversal of their recent encounter where Phantom was the one coming out on top. He's definitely proving that he can handle the pressure in this series. He manages to keep the pressure on from the ramp, extending the lead to 10. The head-to-head history is largely skewed in the favorite's favor. Phantom gets a fast response here to chip away at that lead. The raw skill difference here really starts to show through. He's refusing to go away, claiming another fast one to keep this chase alive. Catalyst handles the pressure perfectly and shuts down the push from the ramp. He's showing a huge amount of resilience despite being outranked. He's showing an incredible spirit, keeping the dream alive with that victory. He's fighting hard to overcome a tricky start to the day. Holy cow! He just barely survives that clash to bring the score to 10-11. Just an unbelievable sliver of health left for the top seed. A colossal shift in energy here as the top seed completely wipes the slate clean. The momentum has completely shifted in a flash. He's practically unstoppable right now, moving within a single round of closing the door. The pressure is definitely mounting for the lower seed. Absolute insanity. Phantom claws back from the deficit to storm home with the series victory. What a way to end it. He really had to dig deep to close out that door after being pushed to the edge. What a match. Phantom is currently sitting on a 25-9 record over the last day. So it's a bit surprising to see him drop the opening exchange here, especially since he usually controls the pace against Havoc. I wonder if the pressure of being the top seed is playing a role early on. Havoc just completely shut him down from the ground, refusing to let Phantom breathe for a second. This goes against the usual tight for the top seed. Phantom really capitalized on that height advantage to tie things up quickly. Phantom holds a slim lead as we hit round 6. The world number 1 is showing exactly why he's at the top. Things are deadlocked at 3 apiece for these two. This is really shaking up the expectations given their head-to-head history. Phantom is just starting to build a little bit of momentum here after that clean pair of rounds. Havoc is really leaning into that high ground, putting a lot of pressure on the world number 1. Havoc edges ahead by 1 in a gritty battle. The underdog is really fighting back from his recent struggles. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health to keep the streak alive. He's completely flipped the script on their last encounter. He's just relentless right now, picking up another victory to keep the pressure high. He's really making a statement against the top seed right now. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge shock given the rank gap between these two. The number 1 seed is looking completely rattled right now. Let's see if the tide turns. Havoc has won over 500 of their total meetings, so he definitely knows how to find a way through. It's just a huge mental victory for him to push this lead even further. He's effectively erased his long-term struggle against the world number 1 today. That was a chaotic exchange, but he digs in and survives the scrap to find another round. Just a tiny margin of error left for the leader. A huge response from Phantom to level the score and keep this surge alive. The momentum has shifted completely in this duel. He just cannot be stopped, extending his run to 4 straight. A heart-stopping exchange that almost went the other way, but he barely clutched out the victory to tie things up. A completely untouchable effort there, as he secures another lead and continues to claw back into this game. He's just too quick today, securing another win to widen the gap. A huge difference in poise compared to how this started. Simply frightening, he takes total control of the server and moves within a single round of victory. A quick response here, showing some real guts from the underdog to stop the bleeding. He's refusing to let the match slip away easily. A crisp sequence for Havoc to put his opponent on the ropes again. The gap in skill isn't showing up on the board right now. Absolutely staggering. He has forced this deep into extra time with a massive 3rd straight victory. He's completely taken over this overtime set, securing his 4th straight point to seize the lead. It's a complete reversal of how these two usually trade rounds. He keeps it rolling with another huge point from the box, now sitting on 5 straight. He's really putting the top rank in his place. He's simply on another level right now, securing a 6th straight point to reach match point. The top rank is completely frozen under the pressure. What a finish! He closes out the series with an incredible display of skill to secure the victory. He really stepped up his game to pull off the impossible tonight. I can't believe we just saw the favorite fall in overtime. What a fight! Catalyst holds a huge 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clearly a matchup where he knows exactly how to handle Havok's style. We're seeing that long-term dominance translate into an early lead here. Havok is really heating up, pushing ahead 2-1. He's certainly making up for that 13-7 loss from their last meeting. Right back to a dead heat. Neither player is letting the other breathe a bit of air today. He's coming in as the clear favorite today. Havok manages to grab a crucial 3-2 lead. It's a closer fight than most expected, seeing the ladder gaps. We're completely tied up now, 3-0. The member 5 seed is definitely making his presence felt. Catalyst has all the momentum right now, putting a real squeeze on Havok with these quick rounds. He really is locking in on the top tier rankings today. That's 3 straight for the favorite, who is simply too fast for his opponent right now. Havok answers back quickly to keep this contest tight. He's definitely proven that the gap between them is negligible. And just like that, Catalyst brings us back to 5-5. He's really putting that recent 16-12 win against Phantom to good use. Catalyst edges ahead again, taking a slim 6-5 lead. His current form in the last 10 matches is quite steady. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. I mean, this is pretty much what we expected given how close their ratings are. Both players are holding their own as they prepare for the side switch. Let's see who blinks first. Havok takes the lead, pulling ahead 7-6. A surprising change of pace compared to their long-term history. Catalyst fires back to even things up at 7-all. A narrow rating gap separates these two at the top of the ladder. Havok is really putting the pressure on now, consistently finding the winning shot. An absolute deadlock as both players stand at 8. His recent struggle against Phantom might be weighing on him. Havok just sneaked out in front with a 9-8 lead. That's a very different look than their previous encounter today. Havok is currently on a strong roll, though he's only gone 12-23 in the last 24 hours. It seems like he's really fighting through a tough day and finally finding his footing in this specific set. He needs to keep this energy up to close out the game. Havok is really tightening his grip on this one, just 2 rounds away from closing it out. He's playing far above his typical match output right now. Unbelievable. He claws back into this match, barely surviving after clearing Havok off the ramp. That was an incredible scrap to keep him in the game. An incredibly fast reaction there to put him on the verge of victory. And that's it. Havok secures the victory with a stunning shot from the ramp. That's a huge statement victory for a guy who's usually struggled against this opponent. He just out-dueled the favorite when it counted. What a fight! Phantom is coming into this with a strong 25-9 record over the last day. He's clearly playing at a level that matches his current top ranking. It'll be interesting to see if that individual form can override the fact that Catalyst typically has the advantage on this specific map. Absolute shutdown from the ramp. He's simply taking over this game. He's proven why he holds that #1 spot on the ladder. Catalyst secures a clean look from the ramp to get back on the board. It's an early wake-up call for the top seed. He manages to outlast Phantom and knock him off the ramp to tighten the gap. This looks like the close fight the odds hinted at. Phantom holds a commanding lead with a 4-2 advantage. The head-to-head historically favors him by a thin margin. Phantom is starting to build a real gap here, and he did it while fighting for the same high ground. He's really making a statement as the top seed today. That was way too easy, and he's now on a roll with 3 straight. His opponent is having a much tougher run across the board today. Catalyst manages to win a slower exchange here to keep the scoreline within reach. A strong showing from the #5 seed in this pairing. Phantom was just too quick on the draw, picking Catalyst right off that ramp. It's looking like a familiar result since their last trip to Mappas. Looking back at the lifetime totals, Phantom leads their rivalry by about 100 rounds. It's quite a contrast considering the odds had him as the front runner today. We're seeing a dynamic where Catalyst is pushing back hard despite the rating gap. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's fighting against the grain here. Catalyst usually looks stronger on red line, but the world #1 is currently outplaying the favorite. Let's see if Catalyst finds his rhythm. He just completely dismantled his opponent off the ramp to keep this comeback alive. The momentum shift is real for the lower ranked player. He keeps his foot on the gas to level the series at 7-7. The pressure is mounting for the top-rated star in this series. Phantom edges ahead, narrowly reclaiming his lead at 8-7. Phantom manages to outplay him once again, successfully clearing Catalyst off the ramp to extend the lead. That's a really rough start for the 5th seed. Catalyst wins a battle from the ramp, showing real grit as he claws back into this match. That was a remarkably fast react from the ramp. The resilience is paying off for the lower seed, and now the series is completely reset. Everything is wide open for the favorite now. Phantom manages to hold that height advantage and secures a slim lead over his opponent. The world #1 is showing a lot of composure right now. Phantom is really putting on the pressure here, taking control of the pace after that fast trade. That's a contrasting day for him compared to the current score. A tight duel on the ramp ends with Catalyst coming out on top to keep the pressure on. He's definitely not letting the top seed walk away with this one. What a nail biter! Catalyst survives by a thread to bring this series all the way back to a deadlock. Absolutely clutch survival there to keep the deadlock alive. A brutal slugfest ends with Phantom coming out on top to secure a 12-11 lead. The pressure is weighing on the lower seed in this closing stretch. Unbelievable, he shut the door on this match and secures the victory. He really stepped up to protect his rank, fighting through a huge amount of pressure in that second half. He had to earn every single point. What a fight. Havoc starts strong by grabbing an early advantage from the wine. Phantom carries a huge historical advantage with a win rate of 66% against his opponent. It's certainly a bit surprising to see a close start given that head-to-head gap. Let's see if that experience kicks in now. What a fight! Both players were swinging wildly, but Havoc barely clings to life to take the round. Havoc is just a hair ahead at 3-2. The league's top-rated player is finally starting to find some air. Phantom just wipes him right off the wine, and now the momentum has completely shifted back into his favor. He's showing why he sits at the top of our rating. Completely untouched and completely in control. This streak is starting to feel like a landslide. Havoc answers back immediately, leveling the score at 4-4. Phantom pulls ahead by 1 as we head into round 9. He's certainly looking for a response after that Dune's loss. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece as we enter 10. Havoc has a lot of speed in his step right now, taking those last 2 rounds in an instant. We're all square at 6 each, and honestly this is exactly what I expected to see. Both guys are playing a very disciplined game, and it'll be a toss-up to see who takes the map. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom regains a slim edge heading into 13. He's definitely looking to get revenge for that loss on Dunes. We've hit a stalemate at 7-all. It's an impressive showing for the 6th ranked player in this matchup. Phantom is starting to pull away and is looking very comfortable with this lead. His 25-9 run over the last day is certainly showing. Phantom is putting on a clinic with that 25-9 run over the last day. So yeah, he's really starting to separate himself from the pack here. I wonder if Havoc can find a way to slow this momentum down. Unreal! He claws back into the round, barely surviving as he drags the favorite off the wine. Phantom looks a lot more comfortable since claiming the high ground there. A tough spot for the number 6 seed to be in. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now. Just a few more rounds to secure the series. Havoc stays composed under pressure and manages to dig deep for another win. A huge breath of air for him right there. A nearly perfect exchange, and now the top seed is just 1 round away from victory. The higher seed is simply refusing to let this slip. Absolutely wild. He barely scraped through that exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's just refusing to go down quietly. He's putting up a fierce resistance, securing another round to keep this dream alive. He's completely flipped the script in these last 2. Unbelievable. He's simply too strong right now, forcing this series into overtime with a perfect round. Savage, he's completely locked in, shutting the door with a flawless 4-round tear. Phantom simply cannot believe how this series has slipped away. He's simply on another level right now, taking 5 in a row to seize control of overtime. He's just completely unstoppable now, keeping the pressure high to close in on the finish. Phantom refuses to buckle, stopping the bleed right when the stakes are at their peak. It is a testament to his grit that he is still in this. Absolute ice in his veins. He takes total control from the wine to keep this battle alive. Purely outclassed on the flank in that engagement. Incredible resilience from Havoc to close this out and secure the victory. He really fought through the fire today, knowing just how dominant the top seed usually is in this rivalry. A gritty performance. He had to work for that. Catalyst has an overwhelming historical edge with a 70% win rate in their previous meetings. But we have to remember that Havoc actually took their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if the veteran dominance returns or if Havoc has found a way to crack the code. A total stalemate on the ramp that round, but Catalyst manages to edge it out for the lead. Looking at the ladder, we have a real clash of titans here. Both players are locked in a dead heat at 2 apiece. His current form is looking scary with that 3-match streak. Havoc is really starting to push the pace here, taking a firm grip on the early part of this match. He's certainly riding a wave of confidence with those three straight wins. We're all squared up now, Catalyst and Havoc. Despite those high rankings, neither player is finding a clear edge yet. Catalyst just nudged ahead with a 4-3 lead. The A-list talent is really showing here with that top 5 ranking. Catalyst is on fire, cleaning the ramp and extending his lead to 5-3. His high standing on the ladder is starting to translate into results. Havoc answers back quickly, keeping the score tight. His recent overall form is actually quite strong compared to his opponents. Havoc is simply too fast right now, quickly picking Catalyst off that ramp to stay in control. Catalyst just snatched the momentum back, using that container for a great vantage point to take the lead. Just a couple of spots apart on the ladder right now. We're headed into the break with everything dead, even at 6-6. I mean, this perfectly matches the a priori red on these two. It's essentially a coin flip right now as they swap sides. What a scramble on the ramp. Catalyst is really starting to build some serious momentum here. A bit of an uphill battle for the 6th ranked player today. Another quick exchange on the ramp and Catalyst has himself a nice cushion now. His recent struggles on the leaderboard are a thing of the past now. The momentum has completely shifted back and Catalyst is now firmly in the driver's seat. A stark contrast to his recent struggles in the other matches today. He's completely in control now, securing another round to keep the streak alive. It's just a brutal way to follow up those 3 losses he had. A fierce scrap on the ramp, but he's far too strong now, taking 5 in a row. He's certainly making up for those earlier losses against Phantom today. He is simply unstoppable right now, crossing the threshold for a potential victory. It's hard to ignore the gap in their current form. What a way to close it out. He wraps up this series with absolute precision. The veteran just showed exactly why he's sitting at the top of the rankings right now. A complete shift in gear. Phantom enters this series with a clear advantage in the head-to-head, having won over half their meetings. It is interesting to see him start on the back foot, given he is the current top-rated player in the league. We need to see if he can reclaim that dominance early on. Catalyst is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. He's shaking off that close loss to Havoc from earlier. The momentum has completely shifted. Phantom has completely erased that early lead, and it's a dead heat now. Unreal. He barely survives that fight from the ramp to keep the streak rolling. Expectations are aligning for the world number 1. We'll be right back to the arena for more action between Phantom and Catalyst. And we are back live at the arena with Phantom leading Catalyst 3-2. A smooth response from Catalyst to bring the score back to a dead even split. Definitely seeing that top 5 talent from the number 5 seed. Phantom is playing aggressively, shutting down any attempt by Catalyst to hold the high ground. His overall head-to-head numbers usually lean in the lead's favor. What a scrap! Catalyst barely walks away from the Tetris battle, clutching a narrow victory to level things up. That's a huge shift compared to how those two played their last match. Catalyst just edged ahead, holding a tight 5-4 lead. He's definitely feeling the confidence from that earlier blowout against Havoc. He just can't find an answer for this right now, putting a third straight point on the board. He's definitely not playing like a number 5 seed right now. He secures a huge vantage point from the boost to keep the momentum swinging his way. A really surprising turnaround given the gap on the ladder. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the expected favor is simply playing his game right now. He looks comfortable, but Phantom is staying within striking distance. Time to see if the roles flip. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange, fighting through the damage to pull himself back into this contest. He's really clawing back into this fight. Catalyst has held his ground in 4 of their last 5 meetings. So yeah, he's definitely found a way to counter the usual pressure from the top seed. He just needs to stay disciplined to close this out. Catalyst is really running away with it at 9-6. The favorite's early lead is long gone. A clean finish from the Tetris as he keeps his push alive. It's a fight we've seen plenty of times before. He's refusing to go away, picking up another round to close the gap. He's certainly showing the grit of the number 1 seed now. Catalyst secures the height advantage on the boost to extend his lead. A look back at those earlier clashes shows how tricky this matchup is. Phantom simply refuses to quit, utilizing the boost to tighten the gap further. The pressure is really mounting on the challenger now. Catalyst puts an end to that comeback attempt by knocking Phantom right off that boost. A massive shift in energy from their most recent encounter. Wow, he barely walked away from that one. Just a hair of health left as he moves within striking distance of the finish. That was a chaotic scramble for survival. A perfect exchange for the top seed, keeping this series alive as he digs deep for a comeback. He's starting to look more like that top tier threat again. He is simply refusing to break, forcing this game right back to a knife edge. The pressure is clearly getting to the underdog now. Unbelievable. He hangs on with almost nothing left to seal the victory. Just a total nail-biter until the very end. He really proved he can hang with the top seed today. What a match. Havoc comes out swinging, taking the first one from the ramp with a very fast reaction. Havoc is looking very sharp today, holding the high ground on that wine box for another quick win. He's really shaking things up against the number 1 seed here. He's just untouchable right now, moving to a 3 lead with a perfect set of rounds. Phantom manages to knock him off the wine box to get back in the game. The expected superiority of the top seed is starting to show. Phantom owns the head-to-head record with a commanding 66% success rate over Havoc, but he's already lost their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge actually helps him close this gap. Unbelievable! He somehow clings to a sliver of health to edge out that fight. He's really making a statement against the world #1 today. Phantom keeps his composure and catches Havoc coming down the ramp to claw back another round. A nice little spark of life for the favorite here. Havoc is just on a tear, catching Phantom right as he steps out onto the ramp. He's proving he can handle the pressure against the best in the league. Phantom holds that window beautifully to keep this fight very close. He's certainly showing that top-seeded form now. Havoc had a better read there, catching Phantom as he pushed up the ramp. He really needs a strong push to avoid another defeat today. Phantom puts the pressure back on, cleaning him up as Havoc tries to hold that ramp. A bit of a rough stretch for him after those 2 losses earlier. Havoc takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. Well, we really aren't seeing the world #1 in control here. He needs a huge turnaround in the second half to salvage this match. We'll be right back with more action from Fast Aim after a very quick timeout. Havoc is currently having a fantastic run of form, and it's really showing in how he's handling this pressure. Look, while the rankings usually favor the other side, he seems to have found a way to completely neutralize any gap in skill today. And we are back in the action on Fast Aim with Havoc holding a 9-4 lead. He's just too fast for him right now, extending the streak with a completely clean finish. This is getting dangerously familiar after their last encounter. The onslaught continues. He's just completely derailed the opposition's momentum and now stands one round away from victory. And that is it. He closes the series in style to secure the victory. What a finish! He closes out the series with an absolute blowout. Absolutely phenomenal! He keeps that momentum rolling to secure the entire match. What a statement! He catches Phantom right on the ramp to seal a huge victory. What an unbelievable finish! Havoc simply deletes him to close out the series. He just shuts everything down with a perfect finish to take home the victory. Phantom finds his target quickly to stop the slide. A tough day so far for the world. Number 1. That was a fierce exchange on the ramp, and the world number 1 finally has some momentum shifting back his way. He puts on another clinic from the wine box, keeping this heat going right into the break. The top seed is finally starting to push back. Havoc is firmly in control at 18-8. I mean, this is a complete reversal of expectations. It's a shocking result given Phantom's usual dominance in this matchup, but the underdog is simply outplaying him. Time to see if this holds. We're taking a quick breather, but stay tuned for more fast aim action. Unreal, he secures the final kill from the ramp to cap off a giant performance. Phantom is definitely trying to chip away at this lead, but is still staring down a mountain of a deficit. Phantom is starting to put some distance between him and the brink, but he's still far behind in this set. A much better start for him compared to his match against Catalyst. He shuts the door on this one, knocking the top seed off the ramp to seal the deal. And there it is, a perfect closing play to wrap up a breathtaking performance. Absolutely sensational! He secures the final kill from the ramp to claim the victory. What a nail-biter! He barely scrapes through that encounter, surviving with a tiny bit of health left. Talk about an incredible clutch to stay alive there. Wow, he just wipes the floor with the top seed and claims the map. He's just in a different world right now, completely dismantling the favorite and taking full control of the server. Catalyst has dominated their past meetings with a 70% win rate. It's surprising to see Havoc getting the first point given how often the top-seeded player of this pairing closes things out. We'll see if he can reclaim his usual control here. Havoc is really cooking, pushing a 2-1 lead. The two of them are virtually tied on the ladder. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. These rounds are ending in a blur. It's a completely different story for him this time. Havoc just keeps grinding, holding a slim 3-2 edge. That's a very narrow gap between these two in the rankings. And now Catalyst levels things up at 3-all. Both of them have had a grueling day with identical records so far. Catalyst is on fire, simply blasting Havoc right off that box. His recent form is mirroring the gap we're seeing right now. A swift reaction from Havoc to even the playing field. He's fighting back hard after that rough 6-13 loss earlier. Havoc holds a razor-thin lead as we hit round 9. His map success rate is usually higher than the other guys anyway. Pure deadlock now, with Catalyst and Havoc dead even. Both of these guys are practically tied on the ladder. Havoc reads that perfectly, taking out Catalyst right from that high ground. Really showcasing that map advantage right now. We've got a deadlock at 6 apiece heading into the break. Honestly, things are unfolding pretty much as expected so far. Neither player has been able to break away in this opening set. Havoc edges ahead by 1 as we start round 13. The two of them are virtually neck and neck in the ratings. Havoc has an edge on this map with a 56% win rate. It's really starting to show since he's just taken full control of the momentum here. If he can maintain this pace, he'll be in a great spot. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-7. It's a total reversal from that dominant match they had earlier. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now, putting his opponent in a serious hole. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange and manages to drop Catalyst off the box. He's really proving that his recent win over Phantom wasn't a fluke. Catalyst finds a way to trade back and keep the game alive. A very tight gap in ratings for these two. A completely clean finish there, leaving the match on the line. The higher seed is really struggling to keep up here. A lightning fast response there to keep the dream alive. He's fighting hard to shake off that earlier slump. What a display of persistence! He's taking full control of the pace now. He's starting to look like the favorite again. Another total shutdown. He is absolutely refusing to let this game slip away. Unbelievable. He has fought his way all the way back to force an overtime. The momentum has shifted completely into the overtime blocks. He keeps his cool in a frantic scramble to take the lead in this extra set. A huge turn of events given how the favorite usually handles these pairs. Havoc is putting on a display of absolute dominance in this overtime phase. A brutal trade-off there, but he manages to secure the kill and push his lead to 15-12. Total lock on this set. Absolutely shut him down to close the map. Havoc earns the victory. He's finally broken that curse, coming out on top in the overtime push against his toughest rival. Just a massive mental victory for the underdog. What a fight! Phantom usually takes the edge in their history with a 54% win rate against his opponent, but it's clear. Catalyst has the mental upper hand lately after taking their last several encounters. It'll be interesting to see if those head-to-head trends continue today. Catalyst is cruising right now, leading the series 2-1. He's putting those higher ratings on display now. Phantom is making a strong push now, quickly leveling things up after an early deficit. The second-ranked player in the league is starting to find his footing. Absolutely clinical. He secures his third straight round and takes the lead. He's certainly bouncing back from those tough losses to Havoc. Unreal. He manages to survive a brutal exchange by a hair to keep this streak alive. He's looking way more confident than he did in his previous 3 losses. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, pushing the lead to 5-2. He's proving the rating gap is real tonight. Catalyst is showing some real grit here, putting up a fight to trim the deficit. Another fast one for Catalyst as he continues this impressive climb back into the game. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. What a statement! He completely wipes the floor with his opponent to bring us back to a dead heat. The odds are shifting fast in this series. He secures a clean victory here to tip the scales back in his favor. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the favorite is lagging behind for now. This is a huge swing from what people expected given their recent matchups. Time to see if it holds. Phantom is currently playing at a much higher level with a 22-12 record over the last day. It's a complete reversal of his early struggles in this tournament. I wonder if he can maintain this pace to close things out. Phantom is really running away with this, leading 9-5. He's really putting that top 2 standing to the test. What a scrap! He barely survives that chaotic exchange to secure a critical round. The Manor 5 seed is refusing to go away quietly. Good heavens! He barely walks away from that slaughter, surviving on a threat to secure another one. That's an incredibly fast pace he's setting for these exchanges. Phantom's commanding 10-7 cushion looks almost insurmountable now. The momentum is shifting completely from their last set together. Catalyst is staying stubborn and shuts that down with a perfect shot. A huge amount of pressure on the favorite to put this away now. Phantom is really capitalizing on his superior history on this map to pull further ahead. He's shaking off those tough losses from earlier today. A long standoff here, but he keeps his composure to wrap this up without taking any damage. That puts him within striking distance again. He answers back with a quick burst of fire to put himself on the verge of victory. He's finally taking control as the higher rated player. What a finish! He shuts the door completely to secure the match. He really stepped up when it mattered. It's great to see him snap that losing streak and get back into the winner's circle. Phantom carries a dominant 66% win rate against Havoc in their head-to-head history. You know, he's looking to assert that authority early after dropping their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure. Phantom's currently holding a tight lead with a 2-1 edge. The number 1 seed is starting to flex those muscles. Phantom is simply reacting faster than anything we've seen so far today. He is simply on another level right now, extending his run to a commanding 4-1 lead. Havoc answers back quickly, showing some real fight to bring this closer. A solid reminder that the underdog can absolutely hang with him. Phantom has put together 22 wins today. It's a huge contrast to Havoc, who has struggled to find his footing with a losing record over the last day. Now we just have to see if he can turn this 3-round lead into an early blowout. Phantom is just relentlessly pulling ahead, now up 6-3. Phantom is really starting to put the screws to him here, putting a lot of distance between them. Phantom is just running away with a 7-4 lead. He's holding his own despite the gap on the ladder. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the map to go given his track record on Italy. He's playing the role of the favorite quite well so far. Havoc needs a serious spark here. Havoc clawed one back, trailing 8-5. He's certainly not intimidated by the top seed status. Phantom's barely breaking a sweat with a 9-5 cushion. He's certainly playing like the best guy in the league right now. Phantom is completely owning the pace of this game right now, leaving Havoc with no room to breathe. Another flawless encounter as he keeps this roll going. He secures another round for himself, staying fully intact after that exchange. He's proving that his recent win over the top seed wasn't a fluke. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now, putting together a nice little run to close this gap. He's simply not letting up, taking a 3rd straight round in a row. He's showing the same poise he had during that fast aim win. And there's the answer. Phantom halts the momentum and puts himself just one step away from the finish. And that's it. Phantom finishes the fight and secures the victory. He really just shrugged off that previous loss to put himself back in control. A very clean look for the top seed. Both players decided to challenge for the same piece of ground, but Havoc was just a hair quicker on that ramp. Catalyst holds a massive lead in their all-time history, winning over 70% of their career meetings. Well, it's a bit strange to see because Havoc was the one who took their last direct clash. I wonder if that's getting into his head now. We've got a dead heat as they head back. He's definitely shaken off that rough start to the day. The pace of this match is incredible. These exchanges are happening almost instantly. Havoc is firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. The top 5 seed is really struggling to find an answer. Havoc just cleans him off that ramp, continuing his strong run. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. A gorgeous response from Catalyst, putting a stop to that run and pulling closer at 3-5. Expected to see the veteran get back in this early. Havoc just secures another one from that ramp, really putting the pressure on the favorite right now. Havoc has already taken a victory over his opponent in their most recent encounter. It's becoming clear that the dynamic between these two is shifting. He seems to have a real psychological edge in this specific series. Havoc takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is looking completely lost right now. Despite the historical gap between these two, Havoc is the one dictating everything in this series. Time to swap seats. Havoc is just dominating here, sitting comfortably at 9-4. He has completely flipped the script since their last meeting. Catalyst needs a huge rally to close this 5-9 gap. He needs a serious swing after that tough 12-16 result earlier. Catalyst is really fighting back now, holding that ramp perfectly to keep this streak alive. Havoc really shut that down, quickly picking Catalyst off the ramp to tighten his grip on the lead. A tough run for the 5th ranked player tonight. Catalyst is trailing by 3 as we enter round 17. It's an incredibly tight battle at the very top of the ladder. What a scramble! He barely manages to survive that chaotic firefight, continuing a strong push forward. Havoc just shuts the door on that comeback attempt, picking Catalyst right off the ramp. The recent form definitely favors the man on the lead. Unbelievable. He almost went down, but barely manages to claw his way out of that disaster. That is a devastating blow to his momentum. What a nail biter! He survives by a heartbeat to secure the match. He's really turning the tide on this rivalry, proving that those old records don't mean a thing anymore. What a fight! Phantom currently holds a 68% win rate on this map. That historical advantage really aligns with how he's been playing today. Catalyst is fighting a losing streak, so he'll need a big shift in momentum to close this gap. Phantom's putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Hard to believe Catalyst is currently playing the role of the underdog. Phantom is really starting to distance himself here, making it a 2-round cushion. The number 1 guy on the ladder is simply too sharp right now. Catalyst is really showing he can hold his own, securing that round from the ramp. He's trying to shake off those 3 straight losses from earlier. Phantom is comfortably cruising with a 4-2 lead. He's definitely looking like the better man today. Catalyst really stepped up his aggression there, catching Phantom right as he stepped off the ramp. Unbelievable. Catalyst has completely leveled things up at 4-4. Phantom reacts quickly to clear him off that ramp and takes back control of the lead. Phantom is coming into this series with a solid 22-12 record over the last day. That strong run of form is exactly why we're seeing him pull away from the competition here. Catalyst will have to find a way to disrupt this momentum fast. Phantom holds the high ground to secure another win, extending his lead to 3 rounds. Just as it went down in their previous meeting on Orange. It's 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst was expected to run away with this one, but he's looking completely lost. That 4-round skid really pushed the advantage firmly toward the underdog. Let's see if the sides flip it. Phantom is just dominating a 9-4 lead now. The current number 1 seed is simply outclassing him right now. A fierce battle for the ramp there, and Phantom comes out on top once again. The top seed is simply in another gear tonight. He's just on fire right now, securing another win to put a massive grip on this series. Catalyst finally finds his footing with a sharp response to get back on the board. Catalyst is really putting up a fight here, managing to string together a couple of fast reactions. A massive moment here as he wipes Catalyst off the ramp to move within one of the finish. It's simply a huge gap in consistency between these two today. Catalyst keeps the dream alive with a clean finish to avoid the defeat. He knows he's fighting an uphill battle now. What a finish! Phantom secures the final kill to close it out 13-7. He's just completely on top of his game today, making it a clean sweep of their encounters so far. Phantom comes out strong here, claiming that early advantage from the ramp. Phantom holds a massive career lead here with over 1,000 wins against Havoc. It's easy to see why the top player on our ladder is the heavy favorite today. We just need to see if Havoc can find a way to break through that psychological wall. Phantom's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Coming off a tough 8-13 loss to his opponent earlier today. Havoc is really starting to shift the energy here, having completely erased that early lead. Havoc secures the lead by knocking him off the ramp for his 3rd straight win. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. A fierce exchange there, but it's the top seed who claws back to even the score. He's bringing that same confidence from his dominant 13-8 victory earlier. Havoc pushes ahead by a single point now. It's a tight battle for the number 5 seed right now. Phantom has consistently looked better today with a 22-12 record across his recent games. Seeing him drop the last 2 rounds is a surprising twist considering how he's been performing. He'll need to put an end to this skid before Havoc gets too comfortable. A dead heat at 5-all, pure chaos now. Neither man is given an inch in this clash. Havoc is definitely making his presence felt on that ramp, taking a very narrow lead into the final stretch of the half. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, this is not how the script was supposed to go for the number 1 seed. He has been outplayed for most of this first half, putting the favorite in a real bind. Time to switch sides. Phantom manages to fight his way back from that ramp angle to pull these two right back into a deadlock. It's a clash of the titans with the world's number 1 proving his class. Phantom just wipes him right off that box, securing another quick win to keep the pressure on. The number 1 seed is quickly regaining his footing. He's completely taking over the map now with a 3rd straight round in his pocket. The sheer consistency of the top-rated player is starting to show. Havoc manages to find his target up on the Tetris to keep things level. Everything is coming up even for our top 5 seed. Phantom narrowly edges ahead, leading 9-8. He's showing the poise of a player with a 60% recent win rate. And we are completely tied up at 9 apiece. A really grueling series of rounds for both of them. Havoc is really starting to stack up the rounds here, taking full control of the momentum. He is certainly fighting the odds today. Simply effortless. He's just cruising toward the finish line with this run. The top seed is really struggling to put this one away. He's just completely shut down the comeback, moving within a single round of victory. He's really flipping the narrative on his head today. What a statement! He refuses to fold, grabbing a clean win to keep this series alive. Unbelievable! He closes it out right there on the ramp to secure the victory. Honestly, looking at that career head-to-head, I can't believe he actually pulled this off. A massive result for the 5th seed. What a fight. Catalyst holds a huge 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a massive historical advantage though. He's really been struggling to put together any momentum lately. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually turn this early lead into a full victory. Havoc is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. Havoc is on fire, picking up another one to keep this streak moving. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Unreal. He scrapes by with a sliver of health to extend his lead to 4 straight. The higher rated player has clearly found the upper hand here. He's showing some grit here, putting a stop to that slide and closing the gap. It's a bit of a shake-up compared to how this was expected to go. He's really digging in, using that high ground on the Tetris to keep this rally going. The momentum is shifting back toward the pre-match favorite. Havoc is coming into this match with a strong 70% success rate in his last 10 games. I mean, that recent confidence is proving to be an incredible asset. We're seeing that energy translate into a real challenge for the favorite. It's a complete stalemate on the Tetris, but Havoc was just a fraction of a second faster. That rank 5 spot is really starting to show. A totally untouched kill by Catalyst as he continues this stubborn climb back into the series. He's starting to put that pressure right back on Havoc. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, Catalyst really should be ahead here given his high map win rate on the arena. He's not folding, but Havoc is definitely playing with more confidence right now. Side swap and we're underway. Havoc is maintaining a steady 3-round cushion. He's really starting to look like the stronger player today. Havoc is dominating, sitting comfortably at 9 rounds. His current form in the last 10 is just outclassing the favorite. Catalyst reacts quickly there, shutting Havoc down the moment he stepped onto the ramp. He just wouldn't let up, knocking the opposition off the Tetris to tighten the gap. Havoc still holding a firm 3-round lead. He's completely controlling the pace today. Havoc just shuts him down instantly on the ramp, really putting on the pressure now. The top 5 ranking is really making a case for itself today. Catalyst is fighting for every single round now to keep this match alive. He's refusing to go away, stacking up another quick round to keep the comeback alive. He's definitely starting to look more like the favorite now. Absolute chaos there, but he clutched out the victory with just a single hit point left. He really can't seem to shake that resilience. And there it is. Havoc secures the final kill and shuts the door on this contest. That's a huge statement win for the underdog, especially with how much he's usually been outmatched in these matchups. What a fight! Phantom owns a substantial lead in their career head-to-head matches, winning over 700 of their encounters. It's interesting because Catalyst is actually the one picking up early momentum today. I wonder if the higher rated player is just taking a moment to settle in. Catalyst is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. The gap between them on the ladder isn't showing yet. The rounds are just flying by now. Catalyst is absolutely relentless with these quick kills. Catalyst holds a slim 3-2 advantage right now. He's looking a bit more comfortable after those early struggles. Catalyst is really pulling away, leading 4-2. The top seed is really struggling to find an answer. Phantom manages to clear the wine area, bringing this set right back to a deadlock. He definitely looks more comfortable than in that last set. We are completely tied up at 4 apiece. Catalyst has had a bit of a rough run in his last few games. Catalyst just edged ahead, taking a narrow 5-4 lead. Phantom just secures his spot from the wine area to tie things up. A real clash of styles between these two heavyweights. Catalyst keeps the upper hand at 6-5. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling some pressure right now. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, it's a total deadlock heading into the second half. Catalyst was expected to run away with this, but Phantom is proving he can handle the heat on this map. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst manages to grab a single round's lead. Surprisingly, he's been the one more consistent in their most recent head-to-heads. And we're back to a total stalemate at 7-all. It's a stark contrast to his recent poor run of form. Phantom has all the momentum now, putting together a nice little run of wins to pull ahead. The top seed is finally finding his range. That was a lightning fast reaction and he's now putting 3 straight behind his name. He is simply untouchable right now, putting up another huge number to lead 10-7. A sharp response from Catalyst, refusing to let the lead slide any further. The underdog is definitely starting to find his footing. Phantom has really tightened his grip on this one, moving within striking distance of the finish. Another effortless burst from him, and now he's just a single round away from victory. Catalyst manages to shake things up, keeping himself in the fight with a precise burst. It's a gritty fight from the underdog in this stretch. Absolute perfection to close it out. Phantom secures the victory. He really proves why he's sitting at the top of the leaderboard today. A really solid performance to keep that lead intact. Phantom enjoys a strong head-to-head lead with over 1,000 wins against Havoc. But the momentum has shifted lately, considering Havoc just beat him in their previous encounter. We'll see if the higher rank can actually translate to a result today. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, catching Havoc as he tried to hold that ramp. The number 1 seed is definitely starting to assert himself. Havoc holds his ground on the ramp and levels this up. He's refusing to let Phantom pull away early. Havoc is really starting to build some momentum, taking control of the map from that ramp. A tough spot for the top seed to be in right now. We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece. It's a fierce battle for control between the two top 5 players. Phantom edges ahead, now holding a slim 1-round lead. The number 1 seed is really finding his footing now. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that fight with a sliver of health, leaving the set completely even. Phantom claws back the lead, putting him up 5-4. The higher rated side is definitely regaining some ground. Havoc just managed to hold that ramp again, showing some real consistency with his positioning. The top seed is struggling to maintain a gap today. Phantom holds a narrow advantage as we enter round 11. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get the lead back. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the map to start. He's holding onto that advantage though. Havoc has played enough tough defense to keep the gap small. Absolute chaos there. He barely survives a brutal exchange from the ramp to close that gap. Havoc has fought back to a dead heat. The top seed looks surprisingly vulnerable today. Phantom just barely reclaimed a single round's edge. He's really looking to bounce back after that tough loss on red line. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. It's basically a coin flip who hits the mark first. Phantom managed to secure the advantage from the ramp, keeping his nose just ahead in this set. It is a tough spot for the 5th ranked player right now. What a scrap! Havoc barely makes it out alive from the ramp to even things up at 9-9. The consistency from the 5th ranked player is really starting to show. Phantom steps back in front, leading 10-9. Looking for a little more consistency from that 18-11 rating. Phantom is really stacking up the pressure here, moving just a couple more rounds away from the finish line. That was a complete shutdown. He's now just 1 round away from victory. He's showing a lot of heart, refusing to go down quietly while facing the brink. The underdog is certainly making his presence felt in this series. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with a perfect shot to take the match. Havoc really pushed him to the limit today, especially with those 3 narrow escapes where he almost clawed it back. He had to earn every bit of this victory, hard-fought win. Unreal. Havoc barely clings to life after that exchange to secure the opening round. Catalyst holds a huge historical advantage, leading the lifetime head-to-head record 895 to 388. But he's definitely struggling with confidence right now, given that recent 6-game slide. We'll see if he can get back to those winning ways today. He's completely taking over, walking away from this exchange without losing a single point of health. Havoc answers back quickly, trimming the gap to a single round. That's another win for the 5th ranked player on our ladder. Catalyst is pulling away now with a 4-2 lead. His overall rating puts him just slightly behind his opponent today. Havoc is closing the gap, trailing by just 1. It's a completely different story from their previous meeting. Havoc is putting on some serious pressure right now, keeping this pace up and forcing the match into a dead heat. He's just on fire right now, taking his 3rd straight round to flip the score. He's really putting on a show after winning their last encounter. He's simply not letting up, taking his 4th straight round to firmly grip the lead. The favorite is really feeling the heat right now. He is just completely overwhelming the opposition, keeping this powerhouse run going into the final round of the half. Havoc takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's just outplaying the favorite right now. That 6-game round of rounds really swung this in his favor. Time to see a response. Catalyst is really fighting the tide here, given that his recent form has dipped to just 20% in his last 10 matches. Well, he's showing a bit more resolve now, but the gap in their confidence levels is still a huge factor. It'll be interesting to see if this small victory can actually spark a comeback. He is completely refusing to back down, racking up his 3rd straight win to tighten the gap. The momentum is shifting back to the top-seeded player. What a surge! He secures another win from the ramp to finally even things up. What a brutal exchange. Havoc survives the onslaught by a hair's breadth to regain a 1-round lead. He's finally done it. The deadlock is broken and we are completely tied up at 9 apiece. This is a complete reset, a fresh start for both players. He's absolutely locked in from the ramp, erasing any lead Havoc tried to build. The poise of the veteran is showing in these late game moments. Havoc is just refusing to let this slip, shutting down the momentum by holding that ramp position. The number 5 player on the ladder is making his presence felt. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, which puts him just 1 step away from closing this out. He's completely in control again, securing the 12th round and moving himself to match point. Unbelievable. He scrapes through that chaotic trade to seal the series. He really clawed his way through those low health scares to get the result. That's a huge statement win for the number 5 seed. What a fight. Catalyst comes out strong, quickly picking Phantom right off the ramp to start things off. Phantom is the higher rated player here, but he's clearly struggling to get his footing against Catalyst's map control. It's a tough start for the favorite, especially after taking the series win in their most recent meeting. He needs to find some answers quickly. He secures a clean exchange from the ramp to pull one back. It's a good look for the underdog, who had a tough 11-13 loss against Aura recently. Catalyst keeps the pressure on, shutting down that ramp play to extend his lead. A really surprising start for the top seed on the ladder. A sharp burst of shots clears out the ramp, keeping the deficit to just 2. He's fighting hard to live up to that favorite status. He's showing some real grit now, closing the gap to just 1 round. Both players are looking sharp today, but the top-seeded man is really waking up. Unbelievable, he barely survives that absolute brawl to move ahead by 2. The number 6 seed looks far too comfortable here. He secures another win from the ramp, continuing this impressive push to stay in it. He's really trying to erase those doubts about his seed. Absolutely flawless execution, and now he has completely leveled the score. Looking like a complete toss-up right now. Simply an incredible turnaround for the former deficit holder, taking full control before the break. Absolute lightning-fast finish to close out this sequence. We've got a dead heat here at 6-6. Well, Catalyst was expected to run away with this match, but he's simply not separating himself from the underdog. He'll need a huge shift in momentum to close this out. Time to reset and go again. He's continuing this incredible run of form, effortlessly taking another one to hold the lead. A much cleaner look for the higher rated side right now. He is simply refusing to back down, extending his hold on this match. Everything is going according to plan for the heavy favorite. He's simply on a roll, extending the gap to 3 rounds as the momentum swings completely. It's a total reversal from that early lead for the underdog. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing a huge 4-round streak. The gap in their ratings is becoming a real factor here. He's just unstoppable right now, securing that kill from the ramp to take a commanding 5-round lead. Catalyst manages to snap that run and get a round back. What a recovery from the favorite, putting himself on the verge of victory. A very commanding display from the top seed overall. A methodical sequence here, and the challenger manages to stay cool to secure the point. A vital glimpse of hope for the underdog here. What a way to finish it! He claws back completely to secure the victory. He's just moving from strength to strength today. A little shaky early on, but the number 1 seed proves why he's at the top. Phantom is sitting on a historical win rate of 63%, which makes that first round look like a minor stumble. He's coming in as the top seed in our ratings, so we expect him to lean on that experience to close the gap. Absolute control from Havoc, who just brushed him aside to keep the streak going. Unbelievable pace from Havoc, who just completely shuts down any hope of a comeback right now. What a fight! He somehow survives that exchange with a sliver of health to keep the run alive. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. A sharp reaction from Phantom to finally shake things up. He's showing some of that dominance he's had in their historical matchups. Phantom has taken his historical dominance to another level, boasting over 1,000 lifetime wins against this specific opponent. I mean, he's clearly proving that those head-to-head numbers aren't just a fluke. Havoc needs to find a way to slow this momentum down immediately. He's just on fire right now, taking the 4th straight to narrow this deficit. Simply incredible. He's completely flipped the script to bring us dead even at 5-all. Everything is back to square one for these two. Absolutely untouchable right now as he storms into a lead for the first time today. We're all tied up at 6 apiece, and honestly this is exactly what we expected to see from a close matchup. Both players traded huge momentum shifts to leave us deadlocked going into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. He just completely dismantled that exchange, continuing a gritty charge back into this game. He is refusing to let this game slip, securing a 2nd straight to tighten his grip. The higher seed is definitely finding his footing as we move deeper into the map. Havoc was just too quick, snatching that round right out from under Phantom. He's fighting a tough battle today against the league's top-rated talent. Another clean burst secures the lead, proving he's not going away easily today. He's really living up to that pre-match favorite status. Phantom edges ahead, holding a narrow one round late. A very competitive showing from a 5th place talent. He's showing impressive grit, effortlessly putting 2 more on the board. He's staying composed, taking another round to put a 3-game cushion between himself and the competition. The gap in their current forms is becoming painfully obvious. Simply breathtaking, he clears the way with a perfect burst to reach match point. Unbelievable. He finishes the run with an incredible display of strength to close the series. He's just too consistent. When the lights are bright, Havoc put up a hell of a fight, but he couldn't quite keep pace. Emotion Mid Catalyst holds a commanding 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's impressive how he maintains that psychological edge even though he's been struggling in his latest games. I wonder if this opening round is the start of a serious comeback. Emotion Mid. Catalyst is really cooking now, leading 2-1. Havoc is starting to look really vulnerable. He just can't seem to find a way to disrupt this momentum. Absolute perfection there, and he's now completely taken over this match. It's a huge shift from that Mappa series they just finished. Both players were trading damage, but he manages to survive the scrap and keeps this heater going. He's simply untouchable right now, crossing the threshold of 5 straight wins. Finally, Havoc puts an end to that streak. He's proved himself a danger earlier today with that 13-10 win. Catalyst is sitting at a 62% all-time win rate, which gives him a lot of confidence, even while his recent form has dipped. It's interesting to see him translating that high-tier experience into such a commanding lead right now. He's really putting the pressure on Havoc. Catalyst is just cruising, sitting comfortably at 8-3. Catalyst holds a 9-3 lead going into the break. Well, the favorite is playing exactly as we hoped he would. He just looks completely in sync with the map right now. Let's see if Havoc finds his rhythm. Catalyst is just running away with this 10-3. It's a completely different story from that last meeting on Mappas. Havoc claws back around, but Catalyst stays firmly in control at 10-4. Havoc is starting to put up a real fight here, picking up back-to-back rounds in a row. He's really heating up now, securing his 3rd straight win to narrow that gap. He quickly halts that momentum by picking up the duel from the Tetris. He's certainly making things interesting now. Havoc is refusing to just let this game slip away. Havoc is making a real surge here, cutting the lead down to just 3 rounds. The higher rated side is certainly feeling the heat right now. He's on a tear. That's 3 in a row for the trailing side. The underdog is clearly finding his 2nd win. Unbelievable, he is just on fire right now, taking his 4th straight win to put this game on a knife's edge. Absolute insanity. He has completely flipped the script to force a tie in this series. What a save. Catalyst manages to shut down the rally and now only needs 1 more to end it. He's done it. The comeback is complete and we are headed to overtime. It's a complete toss-up now. 1 more quick reaction from either side and this will be over. An absolute roller coaster of a series for both players. Another huge blow to the lead and Havoc is showing an incredible amount of grit to stay in this fight. Emotion mid, the tension is through the roof. We're essentially playing a coin flip now with every single engagement emotion mid. What a stunning reflex. He's absolutely locking in and refuses to go down. The underdog is fighting back with everything he's got. A lightning-fast reaction there. Catalyst secures the lead and is now just a single duel away from victory. What a shot. He's completely taken over the momentum now, and it's officially match point for Havoc. Catalyst just barely maintains his thin one-round lead. Catalyst holds a slim two-round advantage now. Just a glimpse of the high-end skill this top 10 matchup promised. Catalyst remains barely in the lead at 17-16. Catalyst keeps the pressure on, leading 18-16. The higher seed is starting to look like he can slam the door shut. Catalyst is stretching that gap to a 3-round cushion. That's an unbelievable way to close things out. He's really shaking off that losing streak with a huge victory. What a fight. Phantom enters this as the favorite with a 68% win rate on this map. But the early momentum is shifting. Catalyst already has one round on the board, and we're seeing him push back against a player who has dominated their last few meetings. Catalyst is just effortlessly shutting things down from the ramp right now. Both of them are coming off a tough block of games today. He is just fundamentally outclassing his opponent right now, securing another clean point. It's an interesting reversal from their last meeting on Redline. Phantom keeps his composure and digs in, claiming a much needed point. He's fighting to prove his higher seeding isn't for nothing. Another quick one for the favorite, keeping the pressure high as he closes the gap. It's a familiar sight for the higher seeded player. Catalyst firmly holds a 2-round lead here. He really needs to capitalize on this start. Catalyst just couldn't let that opening go, picking him right off the ramp to keep the pressure on. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control of the server with a 3rd straight win. It's a total flip from the top seed's recent form. A sharp response from Phantom to halt the slide. The number 1 seed is finally finding his footing here. He's really digging in now, securing his 2nd straight point to keep this comeback alive. The underdog is starting to feel the heat now. He's simply refusing to back down, popping Catalyst off the ramp to keep the surge going. A complete shift in energy since the start of this match. We've got a 7-5 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. Well, he's leaning on his favorite status and playing his part. Phantom is staying close, but the odds are holding true for now. Let's see if Phantom finds a gear. Catalyst is currently sitting on a strong 11-24 record for the day. It's a complete turnaround for a player who usually struggles to keep pace with the top of the ladder. He's really putting an unexpected amount of pressure on the #1 seed. Phantom manages to pick him off the ramp, staying gritty in this effort to claw back into the game. He's definitely not letting his ranking advantage go to waste here. He just keeps pushing, walking away from that engagement without taking a single point of damage. It is getting much closer than the rankings suggested it would. Unbelievable. He just completely erased that deficit to bring us level at 8-8. He's completely reset the pace of this entire game. He's simply on fire now, taking the lead for the first time after a wild run of rounds. He is really showcasing the gap in the ratings right now. Catalyst manages to shut that down, knocking the opponent off the ramp to bring the score back to a dead heat. Neither side is giving an inch in this battle. Catalyst edges ahead by 1 in this absolute thriller. Phantom is currently fighting against a tough tide of losses today. He manages to knock him off the ramp again, bringing this match right back to a deadlock. That was a lightning fast trade for the top seed. He's completely taken over now, securing his second straight point to hold a narrow lead. He is really making the most of that rank difference now. Absolute dominance from him now, barely taking any damage while putting himself just 1 point away from victory. The confidence is just radiating off him after that exchange. What a performance. Phantom closes it out perfectly to secure the victory. It's been an incredible tug of war, but the top seed managed to close that gap and hold his ground. He really deserved that one. What a battle. Phantom was way too quick for him, just slicing right through Havoc on the Tetris. Havoc reads the situation perfectly, dragging Phantom right off that box to even things up. A tough start for the number 1 seed. Phantom has a staggering lead in their head-to-head history. It's a massive psychological advantage that Havoc is currently ignoring. He has found a way to shut down the higher-rated player today, making this a huge mental battle. Phantom picks up the pace, clearing him right off that boost. He's got plenty of experience winning these types of battles. Phantom is really picking up speed now, easily clearing him right off the Tetris. He just won't stop outplaying Havoc once again and taking control from the Tetris. The top seed is starting to look a lot more comfortable. Unreal. Havoc barely survives that encounter, clinging to a sliver of health to bring the score level. Phantom edges ahead again, holding a slim 1-round lead. His 23-11 run over the last day is looking solid. Absolute chaos there. He manages to scrape through the encounter and force a deadlock at 5-5. Phantom pulls back in front, moving to 6-5. He's certainly proving why he's the top-ranked guy on the ladder. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, this is exactly where we expected the score to be. He looks solid, though Havoc has shown he can hang with the world number 1 today. Time to see if Havoc responds. Phantom is really capitalizing on the momentum right now, after those 3 straight round wins. It shows how his superior map experience translates into a huge advantage when the game starts to snowball. Havoc is just running out of answers here. Phantom is just too sharp, shutting him down while he was perched on those blocks. Havoc has a huge hill to climb from here. Phantom's commanding a 4-round lead as we hit 16. Looking like a repeat of their last meeting on the dunes. He's just completely locked in, extending his lead to 11. The A game from the top seed is simply too much today. The streak reaches 4, and now he's just a single round away from the victory. Everything about this match just feels like a foregone conclusion. And that's it. He closes it out with one last flick to seal the victory. Havoc really tried to claw back his way into this one, but he just couldn't find the consistency to stop that run. Unbelievable. Havoc barely survives that scramble to take the first round. Catalyst is coming in with a huge head-to-head advantage, having won 70% of their historical meetings. It's interesting to see him struggling right now. Despite that dominance, he'll need to find some stability quickly, or this will be a very short match. Havoc is just rolling through, leading 3-1. A strong start for the 5th ranked player on the ladder. Catalyst has managed to hold his ground here, keeping the gap small as we move into round 6. A really tough morning for Havoc, who's still looking for his first win today. We are deadlocked at 3-all as we enter round 6. A really tough run of results for Havoc lately. What a turn of events! He's just taken control of this match with 3 straight wins. The 6th player is starting to look like the favorite here. Havoc responds instantly to level the playing field. We've got the 2 highest rated players of the match duking it out. Havoc edges ahead with a slim 5-4 lead. He's really shaken off those losses from earlier today. Catalyst is really making something of that high ground, managing to hold the Tetris for another point. A very tight battle between the top 5 on the ladder. Absolute madness. He survives by a sliver of health to take the lead right before the switch. A nail-biting way to close out his half. We're heading into the break with a total deadlock at 6-all. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from these two. It should be a toss-up now that they've swapped sides. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst reclaimed the lead, putting him just 1 ahead. He's really putting that all-time 62% win rate to use. And just like that, we are back to a complete stalemate at 7 apiece. Both players are desperate for a string of wins after a rough day. Catalyst holds that elevated spot on the Tetris perfectly, shutting down the push from the ramp. Rough run of form for the number 6 player lately. Havoc is really putting on a clinic from the ramp right now, refusing to let the momentum swing back. Catalyst is playing that ramp perfectly, keeping himself just 1 step ahead in this back and forth brawl. The higher seed is certainly proving a challenge for him today. We're completely tied up at 9 rounds each. He's definitely trying to erase the memory of that loss on AIM Italy P. Havoc just outdealed him again, taking the win right as Catalyst pushed up the ramp. The momentum is shifting away from the projected favorite. He's simply too sharp right now, putting the pressure back on for another straight win. An incredibly tough way to follow up that 10-13 loss to Phantom. He's absolutely on fire now, having completely shut down his opponent's run to reach match point. The target is practically locked in for the side on the ramp. Unbelievable. Havoc finishes him off with a clean shot to seal the victory. He really fought back from that hole to secure a huge upset. It's a massive confidence boost after a rough morning. What a fight! Phantom is coming in hot with a 90% win rate over his last 10 appearances. It makes sense that he's carrying this momentum into the series after already taking a victory against Catalyst earlier today. We have to see if the number 1 player can keep this pressure up. Catalyst has clawed back a slim 2-1 lead. He's really challenging that top seed status early on. He's simply too fast right now, putting together a commanding 3-round surge. An unexpected turn of events given how the ladder looks. Phantom answers back immediately to keep the gap narrow. The top seed is starting to assert his authority here. Total deadlock now with both players tied at 3. His current form is making this look like a total mismatch. He's completely taken control of the map, putting together a strong 3-game run. The difference in raw rating is starting to show. Catalyst takes a clean duel to bring the score level. The number 6 seed is refusing to buckle under that pressure. Catalyst is simply too strong from the ramp right now, holding a dangerous lead as we approach the midway point. The historical edge is surprisingly not playing a role here. He's just outclassing everyone right now, securing another flawless victory. A total role reversal from what we expected going into this. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that exchange, keeping his streak intact. Everything about this sequence defies the usual odds. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as the betting market predicted. He's just outperforming the top seed right now. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Phantom is really struggling to find his feet, as Catalyst has won most of their 5 most recent meetings. It's a surprising contrast to how he's usually played today. He'll need to flip the script quickly if he wants to save this series. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. The league's top-rated talent is finally starting to show. Unreal. He somehow survives a brutal exchange to drag himself back into this fight. The pressure is really mounting on his side of the map now. Catalyst is sitting pretty with a commanding 10-7 lead. He's really making the most of his opportunities today. The gap is widening now. Catalyst is putting on a real clinic, making this look very one-sided. He is refusing to let this slide, keeping himself within striking distance as the game enters the final stretch. What a scrap! Catalyst manages to outlast his opponent in a grueling exchange to reach match point. Absolutely suffocating pressure right now. He wins the final firefight to secure the series. He really looked like he had the answer for everything today, regardless of the rank gap. Havoc draws first blood with a clean read from the ramp, putting the world #1 on his heels early. Phantom holds a massive historical lead with over 1,000 wins in their head-to-head rivalry, and honestly, that experience is showing. His higher rating usually gives him the edge in these exchanges, but Havoc is clearly fighting to close that gap today. Havoc is looking incredibly sharp right now, taking control of the ramp to keep things dead even. Phantom's barely holding on to that slim 3-2 lead. The top seed is definitely feeling comfortable now. We've got a total deadlock at 3-3 now. The gap between these two in the ladder is starting to feel irrelevant. Havoc is on fire right now, showing no fear by taking out Phantom while he was tucked up on the boxes. For all, and this battle is absolutely peaking. He's looking to bounce back after that tough loss to Catalyst. Havoc just edges ahead with a 5-4 lead. It's impressive to see him push this close to an upset. Havoc is just relentless, using that ramp to push his lead to a 2-round cushion. This is a complete reversal from their previous encounter on Blame Map. Havoc is just 1 round ahead at 6-5. That's exactly why the odds were so heavily skewed his way today. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is an unexpected turn given how dominant the world #1 usually is. We might be witnessing a huge slip up from the top seed here. Phantom manages to drag Havoc right off that ramp, bringing us back to a 1-round difference. A very tight battle for a top 5 talent like him. Havoc is really starting to pull away here, extending his lead to 3 rounds. The month 5 seed is showing exactly why he's a top tier threat. Havoc keeps the pressure on with an 8-7 advantage. It's a real grind for the 5th ranked star to maintain his poise. Total parity now. Phantom has finally clawed back to 8-8. This looks a lot like that 13-6 victory for the top seed. These rounds are flying by lately. As soon as they peak, it's over. He's really fighting for a better result after that 13-6 loss. Phantom is just refusing to let Havoc build any momentum, reclaiming that ramp for himself. That's a much steadier flow for the #1 seed. Phantom barely manages to pull ahead to 10-9. His overall 63% career success rate is definitely a huge asset. That's a huge shift in momentum as he secures his 3rd straight victory. It's a similar trend to that 13-6 blowout earlier today. Havoc answers back immediately, narrowing the gap to a single round. We are officially staring down a tie. This match has completely flipped on its head. What a scrap! Phantom barely survives that exchange to move just 1 round away from victory. The pressure is starting to mount for the lower seed. Unbelievable. Havoc secures the kill from the ramp to force this match into overtime. Absolutely electric atmosphere for this final stretch. Havoc has completely flipped the script, moving just 1 step away from a massive victory. Rarely do we see this level of resilience from the #5 seed. He's just in complete control, shutting down any hope of a comeback with that 3rd straight win. He has essentially erased the memory of that earlier blowout. The streak is broken. Phantom fights back in a close exchange to trim the deficit. The pressure is finally getting to the 5th ranked player. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely walks away with his life to secure the lead. Man, he's refusing to let that lead slip away. A brutal slugfest. He digs deep to survive that trade and keep the dream alive. A high-stakes dance, and he finally found the opening. Unreal. Havoc closes out the series with a perfect shot from the ramp to take the win. He really dug in to take down the world #1 in an absolute dogfight. Just an incredible effort to secure a win against all the odds. What a series! Catalyst has a dominant 70% lifetime win rate against his opponent. It is a massive mental advantage that he can lean on. Even though he dropped their most recent head-to-head, he needs to keep that confidence high to maintain the upper hand. Havoc is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The ranked 5 player is playing an aggressive game here. The early momentum shift is gone. We are completely back to square one here. Our top 5 rated player is finally getting a chance to breathe. Catalyst edges ahead, holding a narrow 3-2 advantage. Havoc is feeling the pressure after that 39 result in their last meeting. Simply effortless. He's now claimed 3 straight rounds to firmly seize control of the match. Havoc answers back instantly, quickly narrowing the gap to 4-3. Unreal. He claws out a victory from a brutal exchange to level things up at 4-4. Catalyst is really taking advantage of the high ground here to push his lead back out. He's showing a lot of grit despite a rough 11-24 run today. A dead heat. We're all tied up at 5 apiece. It's a total coin flip at this point. Catalyst pulls ahead, taking a slender 6-5 lead. Havoc has traditionally seen more success on this particular map. Catalyst holds a 7-5 advantage going into the break. I mean, things are playing out pretty much as expected so far. We'll see if Havoc can utilize his map experience to claw back a few rounds in the second half. Fresh start for round 13. Catalyst maintains his slim lead, sitting at 7-6. He's definitely playing like the higher seed on the ladder right now. And just like that, Havoc forces a total deadlock. He's really leaning into that strong recent form. He's managing to stay out of the danger zone for now, putting himself back in a prime position. He is certainly starting to look like the favorite right now. Catalyst is currently enjoying a strong run of form with 2 straight wins. It's a nice contrast to how he's been performing over the last day. He's really starting to assert his will here. He is simply too fast right now, putting a huge stranglehold on this match. Incredible, he barely survives that chaotic scrap to keep the fight alive. Talk about a nail biter. He practically walked out of there. Havoc is showing great resilience, quickly picking Catalyst off the box to narrow this gap. He's really refusing to go down without a fight. Total parity. He's completely wiped out that early deficit to level the score. Unstoppable. He's simply too strong right now, surging ahead with another victory to take the lead. The momentum swings back as Catalyst secures this one to lock the score at 11-all. A sudden freeze in the action for both sides. A fierce trade of shots, but Catalyst comes out on top to secure the lead. That's a high pressure sequence of shots right there. What a way to force the deadlock. He has shown incredible spirit to pull this series back to a tie. A huge response from Havoc, swatting his opponent right off the box to put himself in a prime spot. He's proving why the seedings weren't the whole story today. He's just completely unstoppable right now, extending his run to 3 straight rounds. The pre-match favorite is really starting to look vulnerable. A flawless sequence to secure match point as he keeps his momentum surging forward. Absolutely clinical movement to close out the game. A quick reflex win for the challenger, refusing to let the match slip away just yet. A huge momentum shift to bring this right back into contention. He is simply refusing to break, securing another round to push this overtime set even closer. He's absolutely refusing to let this series slide. Absolutely staggering. Havoc closes the door with a perfect final round to secure the victory. He's really rewritten the script on this rivalry today. To finally break that losing streak in a grind like that was special. What a fight! Phantom enters this with a massive overall win rate of 63%, but Catalyst is the one who has actually walked away with the last few meetings. It'll be interesting to see if that recent psychological edge can actually translate into a full series win today. Phantom is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The number 1 seed is starting to look like the favorite. Everything is completely balanced right now, and these two are trading blows like a heavyweight fight. A really strong effort from the number 6 seed so far. Phantom holds a narrow edge at 3-2. Coming off a tough run of luck in his previous 2 matches, Phantom's just pulling away now, leading 4-2. His current 23-11 performance today is starting to show. He is completely taking over now, securing his third straight point in a row. The number 1 seed is really asserting his authority here. He just can't be stopped, extending that streak to 4 straight. He is fully justifying that top spot on the ladder right now. Catalyst cleans up from the wine to cut the lead to 6-3. He's managed to keep things competitive despite the rating difference. He's showing real grit now, putting together a strong pair of rounds to close that gap. The gap in skill hasn't stopped this underdog from fighting back. Unreal. Phantom survives by the skin of his teeth to take that one. A huge scramble there, but he manages to come out on top. Phantom takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is completely flipping the script on the pre-match expectations. Catalyst is struggling to keep up and is looking way off his game right now. Time for a fresh start. Phantom is putting a real stranglehold on this series, and it's a complete turnaround from his recent form. You know, considering he's been fighting a tough slump lately, it's great to see him actually capitalizing on his individual skill today. Phantom's just refusing to budge, pushing the lead to 9-6. Catalyst tried to mount a charge there, but Phantom has just shut that momentum down completely. Phantom stays firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. That was an incredibly fast exchange of fire. He's not backing down, putting together a second straight round to stay in this fight. Phantom is starting to really put the squeeze on here, and he's looking more than ready to wrap this up. Absolute perfection on that shot. He's just a single round away from victory. The top seed is just completely taking control here. Game over. Phantom closes out the match in style to secure the victory. He really managed to snap that losing streak against this guy and reclaim his dominance on the server. Havoc comes out swinging, catching Phantom right as he tried to use the ramp. Phantom holds a massive historical lead with over 1,000 total wins against this opponent. So yeah, it's just a matter of time before the higher rated player asserts his control here. Havoc is really putting the pressure on with the 2-1 lead. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after that streak of 3. Unreal, he manages to hold his ground from the wine box and barely scrapes through that exchange. The top seed is definitely feeling the heat early on. Another effortless grab as he clears the ramp, continuing his roll. This is starting to look like a repeat of their clash on Mappas. Phantom puts up a strong response, picking his opponent right off the wine box. He's making it a bit more comfortable absolutely crisp. He's really starting to climb back into this match. That's why he entered this series with the higher expectation. We've got to take a quick breather here, so stay tuned as we return to Fast Aim shortly. Welcome back to the action on Fast Aim, where Havoc holds a narrow 4-3 lead. Havoc has been incredibly sharp today, moving to 18-16 over the last day, and he's clearly carrying that confidence into this series after taking their most recent meeting in such a tight fashion. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pace. What a fight! He clears Havoc right off the ramp to bring this set level at 5-all. He's certainly proving to be the more reliable player in the high-pressure moments. Havoc is playing with total fearlessness, shutting him down as he tried to push from the ramp. Our top-rated seed is fighting to keep his head above water. We're sitting at 6, all going into the break. I mean, things are playing out pretty much as expected. Neither man has been able to break away, and Phantom is still managing to hold his ground against a very aggressive Havoc. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. He strikes first and fast, securing a huge lead for the comeback effort. He's definitely starting to look like the favorite for this set. And he keeps his foot on the gas, erasing Havoc from the ramp for a nice 8-6 lead. Expectations are being met as the gap in skill manifests. He's simply in another gear right now, completely shutting down any effort from the ramp. He's completely shut down any attempt to push out of that area. A total blowout as he wipes Havoc right off the box, extending the lead to 10. He's just on fire now, securing his 5th consecutive round from the toolbox. It's looking like a complete shutout from here. He is simply unstoppable right now, claiming another round to reach match point. Absolute lockdown from the higher seed as he closes in. What a finish! Phantom digs deep to survive that chaos and seals the deal for the win. He looked like the better man today, really reminding everyone why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. Catalyst has managed to win 70% of their previous encounters. It's a huge historical advantage, but he's certainly not feeling that confidence right now. He's currently fighting a rough slump with only a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. Let's see if he can shake that off. What a fight, he barely scrapes through that trade on the Tetris with a sliver of health left. Unbelievable, he barely walks away from that exchange, surviving by a mere 2 hit points. A familiar result from their most recent meeting. Havoc is really starting to dominate this set. The rank 6 player is fighting to stay in the mix. Havoc's firmly in the driver's seat with a 4-2 lead. The higher rated player is really making a statement here. It's almost a dead heat now, with Catalyst clawing back into this one. The top 5 and 6 seeds are truly battling for every inch. Havoc just couldn't find the right angle from that Tetris, and now the momentum has completely shifted. He's quickly recovering from that tough loss to Phantom. Absolutely untouched, that's another one for him, taking a commanding lead in this set. The higher seed is finally starting to flex his power. He holds the high ground perfectly and secures his 4th straight win. He's finally shaking off that rough 11-24 day so far. He's just on fire right now, keeping the streak alive to move into a commanding 7-4 lead. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is going exactly as the analysts predicted. That 6-round run really defined the opening half, putting the favorite in a great position. Havoc needs to find some answers. He just can't get anything to stick today, and Catalyst is punishing him for sitting on that Tetris. The rank 6 seed is really starting to look like the favorite. Catalyst is simply too fast right now, quickly picking him off from the heaven for another win. The top 5 seed is really struggling to keep his head in this one. The charge continues as Catalyst puts a huge grip on this match. An absolute contrast to the result we saw between these two on Dunes. He's on a tear right now, landing another kill to put himself 1 round away from victory. Absolutely unbelievable. He secures the final kill from the box to close out the series. A total blowout after that initial push. Havoc just didn't have an answer for those lightning fast reactions today. Phantom opens things up strong, taking the quick duel, while Catalyst was holding the ramp. Phantom boasts a strong 69% win rate on this map. It's no surprise he's capitalizing on that historical advantage to put pressure on Catalyst early. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can adjust his positioning to slow this down. Catalyst answers back quickly, showing some grit to cut that deficit down. He really looks like the underdog today, but he's not going quietly. He's showing some real tenacity now, shutting that down from the boxes to keep the score close. That's a sharp turnaround for the player sitting lower in the rankings. Phantom maintains a healthy 2-round lead right now. He's really capitalizing on that top seed status tonight. He's staying strong, shutting that down quickly to keep himself in the fight. This puts the pressure back on the higher seeded player. Phantom has been incredibly consistent lately, putting up a 23-11 record in the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this specific series. He's just continuing to outpace Catalyst in these critical exchanges. And another one. He's completely taken over the server, pushing the lead to 7-3. Catalyst claims this one, picking up a crucial point for himself. He's fighting for every point against the #1 ranked player. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's defying the odds makers by controlling the pace so far. Let's see if Catalyst can actually shut this down after the side swap. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom keeps the upper hand by securing that high ground on the ramp. A very familiar result after their last meeting today. What a statement. He's refusing to crumble, continuing this climb back into the series. It's a stark contrast to how the start of the map looked. Phantom was way too fast for him there, just slicing right through the defense on that ramp. The head-to-head history heavily favors the top seed here. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 10-6. It's a tough spot for the 6th ranked player to dig out of. Phantom holds a comfortable 10-7 cushion right now. Still showing a lot of heart for a player sitting in 6th. The recovery continues as Catalyst secures another quick round to keep the pressure on. He just can't be stopped right now, carving his way back into the game with another win. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Absolutely incredible. He swiped away the entire deficit to force a dead heat at 10 all. Pure chaos now that the scales are completely balanced. He's absolutely on fire, claiming a 5th straight victory to take the lead. Hard to believe we're seeing this from the lower seeded player. What a turnaround. He just outdueled Phantom once again, and now he's sitting on match point. He's practically untouchable in these exchanges right now. Unbelievable! Catalyst finishes the job with a perfect final sequence to seal a massive victory. I can't believe he actually managed to pull that off against the world #1. Just an incredible display of resilience. What a match! Phantom enters this series as the top-rated player in our league, holding a massive historical lead with over 1,000 career wins against Havoc. He's certainly looking to re-establish that superiority after dropping his last game. We'll see if he can shake off that early rust. Phantom's back in control with a 2-1 edge. He's looking very sharp after that 13-6 victory in their previous match. Havoc is refusing to let the early momentum slip away, keeping this series deadlocked. A tough spot for the world #1 to be in. Phantom secures a slim 3-2 cushion right now. He's definitely playing like a top 5 talent today. Phantom is really pulling away now at 4-2. Pure efficiency from the league's top-rated player. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another round without taking any damage. Another incredibly quick reflex win, and now the lead is stretched to 4 games. He's just relentless, extending the run to 5 straight rounds. The gap in the ratings is really starting to show. He's completely taking over the map, securing his 6th straight win. The world's best is truly putting on a clinic today. Havoc manages a quick response here, putting a small dent in the lead. The 5th ranked player is starting to find a gap. Phantom leads 8-4 going into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. He looks very comfortable, which makes sense given his 63% map win rate here. Havoc needs a serious spark here. Phantom is way too fast for him today, quickly shutting down that attempt from the ramp. That's his first victory today, after a tough result against Catalyst. Phantom has been incredibly strong in his recent appearances, going 23-12 over the last day. It's that kind of confidence and momentum that makes him so difficult to shake right now. It'll be a mountain of a climb for Havoc to get back into this. What an intense firefight. He barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a tiny bit of health. Left. Unreal, that's another narrow escape for him. He's on a tear now, picking up another one to keep the pressure mounting. Completely clean exchange, putting the scoreboard at 11-7. A decisive response from the top seed in this match. Havoc is refusing to go quietly, clawing back a couple of rounds to keep this competitive. A solid way to keep the pressure on the favorite. He's showing real grit here, picking up another round to stay within striking distance. He's fighting back hard despite being the underdog in this matchup. A lightning fast reaction puts him just a single win away from the victory. A flawless sequence there, showing some serious resolve to stop a potential collapse. Coming off a tough loss to Catalyst, he's finally starting to settle. What a finish! That last kill seals it and secures the entire map for Phantom. Havoc really pushed him to the limit this time, but those close calls just didn't go his way. What a fight! Catalyst has a massive 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear that dominance is continuing after the way he handled their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can actually disrupt that pattern today. Havoc is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. He's looking for a huge bounce back after a rough stretch of matches. Absolutely wild. He digs deep to secure the kill and lock things up at 2-all. It's a clash of the titans between the top 6 and 5 seeds. Catalyst claws back the lead, sitting at 3-2 now. The higher rated player is finally starting to push back. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking another clean round to extend the lead. A quick exchange here and he manages to shut things down to keep the gap small. He's putting up a fight after those heavy losses earlier today. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece. The number 5 ranked player is definitely showing his class. Catalyst finds the edge again to go up 5-4. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. Catalyst is currently carrying a lot of momentum after going 12-23 in the last day, and honestly, he's fighting through a bit of a rough patch recently. If he can maintain this specific run of rounds, he'll be in a great spot heading into the second half. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. I mean, this is exactly the level of competition we expected to see from these two. Both players are locked in as we head into the second half. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst takes control once more, moving ahead 7-6. A huge test of resilience for Havoc, who's currently shaking off a 3-game slide. Havoc was way too fast there, picking Catalyst right off the wine to bring this back to a dead heat. Havoc really has the upper hand right now, picking him off the wine to hold that thin lead. He's absolutely on fire right now, putting together a huge 3-round push. He answers back instantly, shutting down that momentum to stay right on the trail. Havoc is really leaning into his lead, picking him right off the wine to keep the pressure high. Havoc just edges ahead, holding a slim 10-9 advantage. I look at their totals, and the gap is purely monstrous. Catalyst is just too sharp right now, catching Havoc out on the wine to level things up. He's just too quick, securing another victory to keep this streak rolling. He's definitely proving his top tier status today. Unbelievable, he just can't be stopped, and now he's sitting on match point. Total reversal of fortune compared to how this match started. A vital stop for Havoc, preventing the match from ending right there. That was a lightning fast response to keep this series alive. Havoc is fighting for his life to overcome a dismal head-to-head record. Catalyst is just refusing to let this one slip away. A tough day for the number 5 seed overall. Catalyst is just too aggressive, catching him from the Tetris to pull even further ahead. Insane reflexes from Havoc, somehow coming out alive after almost being deleted from the Tetris. This is just an absolute deadlock. These two are refusing to budge as we head deeper into the overtime battle. He's managing to erase that previous memory of their last encounter. He's completely taken over the pace here, securing his third straight point. A surgical hit to bring us back to a dead-even score in this overtime thriller. Pure chaos as we hit the limit of this tiebreaker. Havoc barely survives that, clinging to a 1-point lead. They are still neck and neck at 16 all. Catalyst snaps back on top, reclaiming a 17-16 lead. The top 5 seed just can't find any answer here. Catalyst just pushes his lead to 18-16. The pressure is clearly starting to mount for the trailing player. Havoc is fighting back, trailing only by a single point. Catalyst is pulling away, leading 19-17. He really put the pressure on the line there and refused to cave under that overtime heat. What a battle. Phantom starts strong by controlling the ramp for that first point. Catalyst really quick on the draw there, catching Phantom right off the Tetris blocks. The number 1 seed is feeling the heat early. Phantom holds a lead of over 700 round wins in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the dominant force in this rivalry. Despite that, Catalyst has been far more successful in their most recent encounters together. Phantom is just barely keeping his grab at 3-2. The top seed is starting to look like the favorite here. Phantom is putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst right now, denying him the advantage of that ramp. The momentum has completely shifted, and now he's just outclassing everyone on the server. Catalyst manages to knock him off the Tetris blocks, showing some real grit in this series. He's definitely showing he can hang with the better ranked player. Phantom is really capitalizing on his height advantage here, taking full control of the match. He's certainly finding his stride after a tough outing in their last meeting. Catalyst refuses to go away, fighting his way back into this set. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to shut things down. Phantom is simply too fast from that ramp, and he's starting to pull away here. He's making it look easy despite the map advantage favoring the underdog. Phantom takes a commanding 8-4 lead. He's completely flipping the script. Since Catalyst was expected to win this one, the underdog is looking sharp, especially considering Catalyst usually owns the advantage on red line. Time to swap sides. Phantom has a career win rate of 63% across nearly 20,000 matches. So yeah, he's historically far more consistent when the pressure is on, but looking at the board, he's currently fighting an uphill battle against a player who is clearly in top form today. What a surge from Catalyst, claiming another one from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. He is putting up a massive fight to close this gap. A completely clean response there, regaining control for the veteran. He's really proving his rank as the #1 seed today. He's refusing to buckle, clawing right back into this match to keep the score tight. Phantom keeps it clean, quickly neutralizing Catalyst from the Tetris blocks to widen that gap. He's looking a lot more comfortable after that tough 10-13 loss earlier. The gap is widening and Catalyst is starting to look really desperate to find an answer here. An absolute blitz. He's just completely erased his opponent to put himself in the driver's seat. Catalyst takes control from the ramp to hold off the pressure. It's a tough spot for the underdog, but he's showing plenty of heart. Another huge win for the underdog to keep this series alive. He's really starting to push this match into a tight space. What a finish. He guns him down off the ramp to close out the match. He really had to dig deep to secure that victory, especially with how the recent matchups have gone. He definitely earned this one. What a match! Havoc takes an early lead using that Tetris height to catch Phantom off guard. Phantom comes into this as the top player on our ladder, and that confidence seems to be paying off. He's clearly the one controlling the pace of the series right now. I wonder if Havoc can find a way to break that momentum before it spirals. Everything's back on the line now that we're tied up. The number 1 seed is starting to assert that authority. Phantom manages to climb that ramp and secure a huge advantage in the early game. He really seems to have an answer for every move Havoc makes. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now, quickly picking Phantom off that high ground. Phantom holds a slim edge now with 4 rounds. The head-to-head history here is just staggering. Havoc is showing some real resilience, managing to pull that off even with Phantom holding the high ground. It's a struggle for the number 5 seed to stay consistent today. Havoc is really starting to build some serious momentum here, taking full control of the match. The lower rated man is playing flawless right now. Absolutely terrifying pace from the favorite right now as he keeps the streak alive. He's totally outclassing his opponent right now, using the Tetris platform to put a huge grip on this opening half. It's 7-5 for Havoc going into the break. Well, this is a total surprise given the ratings. Havoc is defying the stats right now, but Phantom has barely escaped a few deaths to stay in the game. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc is just refusing to let Phantom back into this, using those high platforms to keep the pressure on. He's definitely not playing like someone with a 30% win rate. Phantom gets the answer here, showing he's not about to fall under the pressure. Looking at the head-to-head, we've seen much tighter gaps in the past. Phantom has won 66% of their head-to-head clashes over the long term. And honestly, it's becoming a real struggle for the favorite to find that historic dominance in this specific series. He needs to tighten up if he wants to avoid a major upset. Unbelievable. He claws back into this with a desperate scrap, surviving on a mere sliver of health. He's completely shut down Havoc's run, evening the matchup in spectacular fashion. He's just completely shifted the energy of this game with a 4th consecutive round win. He's effectively rewritten the script for this match. He's just an absolute wall right now, securing his 5th straight win with a perfect sequence. This is exactly how the pre-match expectations looked on paper. He just can't be stopped, securing his 6th straight win to move within reach of the victory. A complete turnaround from how this started. He closes it out in a chaotic firefight to secure the series. He'll be happy with that result, regardless of how scary things looked for a bit in the middle. Catalyst holds a staggering 70% win rate in their career head-to-heads. It's clearly a psychological edge that extends into this series, especially since he just took their previous encounter today. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can actually break that pattern. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on here, shaking off that first round to build some serious early momentum. Catalyst just shuts him down on the ramp to get things perfectly level here. He's definitely playing the role of the favorite right now. Catalyst barely keeps his lead at 3-2 right now. It's a tough spot for Havoc, coming off a 5-game slide lately. Havoc is keeping things tight, refusing to let Catalyst pull away as we head into the next round. Catalyst just inches ahead, clinging to a narrow 4-3 lead. Purely based on rank, these two are almost identical right now. Catalyst had the better angle and just puts the hammer down from the ramp. Both of these guys are clearly playing at a top tier level. Catalyst completely shuts him down on the planks, taking total control of the match. He's really showing why he's ranked so high on the ladder. He is absolutely on fire right now, pushing his lead to a commanding 7-3. Another effortless round for Catalyst, punishing from the ramp as he reaches a huge 5-round streak. Catalyst holds a commanding 9-3 lead, and honestly everything here is going exactly as the analysts predicted. He's just outplaying Havoc, keeping the pressure high heading into the second half. Time to see if Havoc can wake up. Havoc manages to pull one back, getting the better of him from the ramp. Looking at their overall ratings, these two are practically deadlock. Unbelievable. He clings to life with a tiny sliver of health and manages to secure the round. Absolute heart stopper of a fight there. Catalyst had no problem finding the target, quickly picking Havoc right off that wine box. Havoc just reads him perfectly and takes the fight from below, bringing the score to 10-7. We're seeing a very tight race between the 5th and 6th ranked players. Catalyst isn't letting up, quickly picking Havoc off the ramp to stay firmly in control. He secures the edge from the wine box, putting him just one step away from the victory. Everything about this match is playing out just as we expected. Havoc reacts quickly to take him down from the ramp, keeping the dream alive. That was a clean stop to put a pause on the momentum. What a way to close it out. Catalyst seals the deal with a great final shot off the ramp. He simply got a lock on this matchup. Havoc can't seem to find an answer for that style. Phantom enters this series with a substantial lead in the head-to-head record, though his focus has been slightly off in a few of their most recent encounters. He has that overall confidence on his side, but Catalyst seems ready to challenge the top seed today. Catalyst is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He needs to lean on that top-seeded experience to take control. These rounds are flying by. Catalyst is just too quick on the trigger right now. Catalyst maintains the edge, leading 3-2. The top seed is starting to push back. Catalyst is just dominating with a 4-2 grip. The top-rated player is definitely feeling the heat right now. Phantom is currently sitting on a 24-10 record over the last day. That's a high level of form to be bringing into a match where he's already struggling to find his footing. He'll need to recall that dominance quickly if he wants to turn this around. A sharp reaction here, bringing the score to 3-6. The number 1 seed is finally digging in. Catalyst is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 7-3. A really tough spot for the world number 1. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. He has the historical upper hand throughout their history together. Catalyst takes the 7-5 lead into the break. It's exactly what we expected to see. While Phantom has the better map percentage, Catalyst is simply playing the better game so far. Let's see a shift in momentum. Catalyst is holding steady with an 8-5 cushion. The underdog is certainly making his presence felt tonight. He's showing real grit now, knocking his opponent right off that box. The top seed is finally starting to find his footing. Catalyst is playing with some serious speed tonight, shutting him down even from the high ground. He's showing plenty of resolve, keeping his composure to narrow the gap further. He's definitely not playing like the clear favorite in this series. He manages to scrape through that messy exchange to keep the rally going. The lead is almost gone, just a single round separating them now. He's playing with a total different energy than we saw in the first half. Catalyst answers back immediately to retake a narrow lead. Catalyst is just putting on a show right now, refusing to let Phantom back into the match. He just clears him off the box to keep the momentum moving in his favor. That's a huge swing in favor of the veteran. Absolutely sensational. He has fought his way back from a huge deficit to tie this game up at 11-all. Another one. He's absolutely surging now, and he's just one round away from closing this out. The world number 1 is finally playing like the favorite. Barely survived that trade, but the pressure is now equal. A truly heart-stopping finish to that exchange. We are headed straight into a true war of attrition. Neither player is giving an inch today. That's a really efficient sequence of rounds from Catalyst to secure his current lead. That was an effortless shot to lock this tie at 14 apiece. Neither player is willing to yield a single inch of ground. He manages to hold his nerve and earns a huge advantage here. The pressure of being the top seed is clearly weighing on him. Wow, what a finish! He closes it out from the box to secure the victory. Just a complete reversal of fortunes today. To overcome the world number one in a series that went all the way to overtime is a massive statement. What a fight! Phantom holds a huge psychological edge here, having won 66% of their total encounters, and that dominance carries over into their rating as well. I mean, it is tough to see how Havoc can close that gap when the head-to-head history is this one-sided. Phantom's cruising right now, leading the series 2-1. That's a clean response from the number one seed. Phantom is putting on a real clinic here, barely giving Havoc a second to breathe. Havoc refuses to go away, finding a way to clear Phantom off the red. He's fighting a steep uphill battle against the best player in the league. Phantom's really pulling away now with a 4-2 lead. Expected a tight set, but he's just too precise today. Havoc clawed back around trailing 4-3 now. We're seeing some real resilience from the 6th seed here. Havoc has all the momentum right now, turning this into a dead heat. He's really shaking off that rough stretch from his recent games. Phantom barely edges ahead, taking a slim 5-4 lead. The 6th seed is simply struggling to keep pace here. Just like that, Havoc has completely leveled the playing field. We're seeing a pattern of very quick exchanges here. Neither player is giving an inch. We are all square at 6-6. Well, I expected a competitive start, but Havoc is actually playing the top seed extremely close here. He's definitely not letting his poor recent form get in the way today. Let's see who blinks first. Unreal. He barely survived that absolute brawl to reclaim the lead. He is really fighting a brutal slump in his last 10 matches. Back to a deadlock. We're tied up 7-all. Havoc is just finding his range right now, which is a huge shift from how he started this series. He's completely flipped the script on this one. Absolute chaos. Now Phantom and Havoc are locked at 8 apiece. Havoc is staying aggressive, punishing Phantom for holding that elevated spot on the boxes. Havoc is playing some really inspired rounds right now, putting together a strong run to climb into the lead. I mean, that's a complete reversal of their typical head-to-head dynamics. If he can keep this pressure on, we might be looking at a genuine upset against the top seed. Havoc is really stepping up his game, putting a lot of pressure on the top seed right now. He's really fighting through an incredibly tough patch in his recent form. Phantom manages to secure a crucial round from the ramp, bringing this clash right back to a tie. The world number 1 is starting to find his footing. Phantom is starting to pull away, managing to catch Havoc as he pushed out onto the ramp. It's a mirror image of the last time they met on this layout. Phantom delivers a blistering strike to take out his opponent from the ramp, putting him just one round away from victory. Absolute nail biter, we are going the distance. Havoc is on fire right now, barely giving Phantom any time to even react. Unbelievable run of form for a guy who had dropped so many early on. It is an absolute deadlock. Neither of these two is willing to let the other break away in this overtime battle. Absolute perfection from the top seed, closing out the game with a total shutdown. Just a complete wall of resistance from that side. What a way to end it. Phantom closes out the entire series in commanding style. Havoc really pushed him to the limit in that overtime stretch. But that sub-second reaction time was just too fast. What a fight! Catalyst holds a massive historical lead with 70% of their total head-to-head meetings. But the recent form shows Havoc is playing a lot more aggressively. It'll be interesting to see if that shift pays off. Unreal. Havoc barely survives that scramble from the boxes to take a 2-round lead. He's shaking off that tough loss from their last set together. Havoc is cruising right now, sitting comfortable at 2-1. Catalyst is putting on the pressure here, using that high ground to bring the series back to a dead-even split. A tough sequence for Havoc, having not seen a win in his last few hours. Another lightning-fast snap from Catalyst, catching his opponent right off the ramp. Havoc answers back immediately to keep things deadlocked. A real battle of the top tier with a slim rating difference. Havoc is starting to pull away here, taking a nice lead after that clean shot from the ramp. He's really shaking off those previous losses today. Catalyst secures that win from the ramp to bring everything back to a draw. He's definitely playing better than that last encounter on fast aim. Havoc really has his eyes open today, picking Catalyst right off the Tetris for another round. Both of these guys have had a really tough run today. Havoc is just completely ignoring the odds right now, taking the lead and denying Catalyst that ramp advantage. A massive shift from that last set where the other guy took a dominant win. Havoc is sitting at 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, we expected Catalyst to hold the line, but the underdog is totally controlling the flow of this game. We're looking at a serious upset here. Let's see a total reset here. Havoc has completely flipped the script on their historical record, which usually sees Catalyst winning 70% of the time. It's an incredible turnaround for someone who has struggled so much in their last few matches. He's clearly found a way to disrupt the usual pattern. Truly unexpected to see the absolute precision to push the tally to 12, and now we are at match point. It is a complete reversal of their expected roles. And there it is, a perfect final sequence for Havoc to close out the series. He just completely dismantled the favorite here. Catalyst really didn't have an answer for that level of aggression. Phantom holds a commanding all-time lead with 727 wins in their head-to-head series. You know, it's interesting because Catalyst has actually owned the more recent meetings between the two. I wonder if Catalyst can find a way to reclaim that momentum. Phantom's just one step ahead, leading the count 2-1. That top 5 rank is starting to show for the challenger. Catalyst has completely flipped the script here, taking control of the map after that strong start from Phantom. Phantom narrowly maintains a slim lead at 3-2. The world number 1 is starting to flex those muscles. Phantom pulls further ahead, now leading 4-2. That's a promising start for the top seeds day. He's just unstoppable right now, completely shutting down the challenger's momentum. He's certainly playing with confidence after that narrow win against Havoc. A complete shutdown, that's 4 straight for the favorite. The world's top-rated player is in complete control. Unreal. Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange, managing to survive by a hair. He's fighting an uphill battle against the world number 1 today. That's a great read by Catalyst, walking away without taking a single point of damage. The momentum has completely shifted back to the underdog. A totally pristine exchange to cap off the run, leaving him with just a 1-round gap to close before the break. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, Catalyst is proving to be a much tougher opponent than the odds suggested today. We're seeing a very balanced contest between these two. Fresh start for both sides. The number 1 spot is finally starting to assert some authority. He's showing incredible heart to claw his way back into this series, evening things up at 7-7. This is turning into a real battle of nerves. Phantom grabs the edge, pushing ahead 8-7. That's a solid 23 wins for him so far today. He's fighting back with real tenacity, bringing the series right back to a dead heat. It's almost a toss-up now, despite the initial expectations. Phantom barely edges ahead, claiming a 98 lead. A nice bit of breathing room for the world number 1. Phantom is really starting to capitalize on his historical dominance here, since he's managed a combined 23 wins across the board today. It's a sharp contrast to Catalyst, who's had a much rougher day dealing with a negative record. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can break this cycle. A really gritty response from Catalyst as he keeps the pressure on and refuses to let this slip. He's really digging in to close that gap. That was completely effortless. He's now sitting on match point. The pressure is definitely on the underdog to produce an answer. Absolute perfection to close it out. Phantom claims the victory right now. He definitely proved why he's sitting at the top of the rankings. That's a huge bounce back for the favorite. A really clean start for Phantom, who just happens to be the top ranked player in the league right now. Phantom is looking incredibly sharp early on, using that height advantage on the wine box to close this out quickly. Absolutely untouchable right now as he clears the ramp for another win. Their recent clash of titans went just as tight as this started. A complete shutout as he continues to tear through the opposition. He looks completely comfortable in this matchup. Another quick victory as he clears the ramp to push his lead to 5-0. He's definitely controlling the tempo today. Havoc finally gets an answer, picking him off the ramp. It's a tough mountain to climb, given that head-to-head history. Phantom makes short work of that window play and immediately puts the pressure back on. The top seed confidence is clearly on display right now. Phantom is putting that 66% historical head-to-head advantage to a real test, and honestly, it feels like he's just refusing to let any momentum shift back in Havoc's favor. We have to wonder if the number 6 seed can find a way to flip the script. Phantom stays aggressive, shutting down Havoc right as he stepped onto the ramp. His recent 13-9 victory over Catalyst showed that same high ceiling. Phantom is just way too fast today, securing another win from the wine box. His current form is mirroring that strong 23-11 record he's put up today. Phantom goes into the break with a massive 10-2 lead, and honestly he is playing exactly like the number 1 seed should. Havoc needs a huge swing to recover from this deficit. Time to see if Havoc resets. That's exactly the kind of resilience Havoc showed in his victory over Catalyst. What a scramble! Phantom manages to scramble his way out of that exchange from the toolbox to take the lead. Havoc is fighting back hard, winning 2 of the last 3 with these lightning fast rounds. He manages to pick him off the ramp to move within striking distance of victory. Just doesn't let the pressure build up. Unbelievable. He just shreds his opponent right off the ramp to seal the deal. Just another day at the office for the top seed who looked completely out of his opponent's league tonight. Catalyst makes a fast start by picking Havoc right off the ramp. Catalyst has traditionally owned this rivalry with a 70% win rate over a huge sample size. But you can't ignore that Havoc just beat him in a blowout match earlier today. Now the question is whether Havoc can maintain this early pressure. He's just outclassing everything right now, deleting his opponent in a blink. He refuses to go away, securing another round to keep this fight alive. The favorite is starting to push back. Havoc is dominating, holding a commanding 5-2 lead. His ranking is nearly identical to the favorites right now. Havoc is firmly in control at 6-2. The underdog is playing incredibly confident right now. Catalyst is currently fighting through a rough patch, going 14-21 over the last day. It's clear that struggle is weighing on him, but this recent round win shows he's starting to settle in. He just needs a small spark to turn this around. Havoc still leading by 3 as we hit round 11. Both players are effectively neck and neck in the rankings right now. It's an 8-4 lead for Havoc heading into the break. Well, it's a complete flip from the history here. Catalyst has a 70% win rate in their head-to-heads, but he's just getting outplayed right now. Time for a reset. Catalyst claws one back to make it 5-8. He's definitely trying to avoid another collapse like the one he saw in that red line match. Havoc is still cruising with a healthy 9-5 lead. He's looking every bit the top 5 seed right now. Havoc really has the upper hand here, quickly putting himself in a position to wrap this up. Havoc is just relentless, extending his lead to 10-6. The top 5 seed is finally showing some teeth. Havoc is making this look easy, just floating through this series. It's surprising to see Havoc this comfortable given their overall history. He puts the pressure right back on, and now he's just one away from victory. That was just a lightning fast exchange to close the gap. Catalyst puts up a fight, picking the opponent off the ramp to stay in the game. A critical hold that keeps the dream alive for now. That was a frantic scramble, but the veteran comes out on top for another round. The momentum is shifting as the veteran finds his footing. What a finish! Havoc closes out the series with a final shot to secure the win. He's really shaking up the historical numbers today. The second straight win against the favorite is a massive confidence boost. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off today on the Dunes map. Phantom enters this match with a career win rate of 63% across an enormous sample size. He's historically dominated this matchup as well, though Catalyst is clearly trying to shake that trend early. We'll see if he can keep this momentum going. He's just on fire right now, surging to a 3-round lead. He's definitely playing with confidence after that earlier defeat. Absolute control from the favorite, securing a huge 4-round cushion. A shocking turnaround considering the number 1 rated guy is on the other side. Phantom gets the answer he needed, finally getting back on the board. A tough road for the number 6 seed so far. He's putting up a strong fight, securing his 2nd straight win to close that gap. The early lead for the underdog is starting to evaporate. Catalyst had no trouble reading that play, catching Phantom before he could do anything with the high ground. He's really putting the number 1 seed to the test. Catalyst has really struggled recently with a 14-21 record today, and seeing him push a lead like this against a top seed is a complete turnaround. It'll be interesting to see if he can hold his nerve through the mid-game. That was an effortless kill, keeping the pressure on Catalyst. He's coming off a dominant 13-4 win against Havoc. Unreal, he barely survives that trade, scraping by with just 11 health to secure the round. It's 7-5 in favor of Catalyst, right? Things are unfolding exactly as the oddsmakers predicted. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat, but Phantom is fighting back to stay within striking distance. Time to switch it up. Catalyst holds a tight 3-round advantage over Phantom. That was an incredibly fast trade to hold the momentum. Catalyst is firmly in command with a 9-5 late. He's shaking off that recent string of losses in a big way. These two are trading rounds rapidly now. It's becoming a complete toss-up. The number 1 rated player is slowly chipping away. Another one for him. The top seed is refusing to back down. That's a really clean way to put the pressure back on. This is exactly the kind of high-level consistency we've seen him maintain all year. Catalyst responds quickly, putting a stop to that momentum shift. A solid way to keep the scoreline out of reach. A precise shot puts him back in this, continuing to claw his way through the deficit. The pressure is mounting, but we're seeing a much tighter duel than expected. That was a nail-biter of a fight. A completely clean sequence there, putting him just a single round away from victory. A huge result for the man who entered this as the underdog. Good grief, what a scramble! Phantom somehow digs himself out of that hole to keep the dream alive. That was a total scramble to keep this game moving. He catches the shot from the Tetris, extending the streak as he refuses to let the map slip away. What a finish! Catalyst closes it out with an absolute laser to secure the series. He's finally broken that losing skid in the most impressive way possible, taking down the world number 1. Just an incredible gutsy performance. He had to work for that.